Hey, what's up, everyone? Appreciate anyone being here, either live or in the future, watching the VOD back. Figured I'd set up this live stream. I wanted to watch the Game Awards as far as the announcement, like with trailers and stuff like that. And I figured, why not do it live with people if anyone happens to be interested in watching these reveals? I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to any like leaks or any like pre-announcements, so these are pretty much gonna be surprises for me. I know we've had quite a few things scheduled for like this whole week, pretty much. With, for example, PlayStation had their state of play yesterday, so they had a lot of announcements there. We also had, what was it, the Unreal um, Engine 5 showcase they did, and I think for that they showed off The Witcher 4, which was awesome to see. And yeah, there's just a lot of stuff like this week, and especially this weekend, with reveals for upcoming games. And I figure, why not talk about it, and let's watch along with the actual main show of Summer Game Fest. So there's other reveals that are going on besides this one, but this is kind of like the main show. So I'm expecting maybe the most compelling stuff to be shown here. Not sure if we're going to get any overlap with what we've seen already with like the PlayStation one, since that one's happened already. Most of them are coming afterwards, but that one did already take place. I will throw on maybe two. Um, I have the audio. So this is the first time I'm doing actual like live with a web stream going on at the same time. So bear with me if there's any complications, but I have kind of a few things on here. Like I have the audio, which they currently have just like background music playing, so I can throw that on and see how it sounds. And then on top of that, let's see, let's make sure we have the right thing here. We should have, yeah. So this is being streamed on YouTube, and I guess I'll slide over here. I have two different views I'm debating doing. Either this one, I originally had the screen over to this side and me over here, but I figured I kind of swapped it last second so I can be kind of over here. I have that, and then I have this one where you get the full screen. So a little bit more you can see with the actual trailer with this view, as opposed to the other one, which is more like me, I guess. So I'll probably bounce back and forth between the two. I also debated this shot, like I don't necessarily need this part, so I debated moving my camera further to the right, but I don't think I'll be blocking too much in the trailer either way, so we should be fine. And if I am, maybe I'll switch over to where you can see the full screen. So a few options here as far as what all to see. And yeah, hopefully, as I said, the audio should sound fine. They are just playing like the waiting music for now. So that's what you hear going on right now. Hopefully it's not copyrighted too, so keep that in mind. If anyone's watching this back, especially, if suddenly I like crop out a big chunk of it, or it gets like muted for some weird reason, it's because that was required based off of like DMCA or whatever copyright may have come up with the actual video stream. So if you see anything weird take place, it's because of that. All right, so I'm going to put the music back off for now. I know it's not bad tunes to listen to, but I'm not sure. I would imagine their like waiting music wouldn't be DMCA'd, but you never know these days. So just keeping that in mind, if you see anything weird when you're watching this back, it's likely because I had to either cut out audio or video or both, depending on what may have gotten claimed. So let's hope that doesn't happen. I'm also going to be mindful of, like how I just did with muting the music, if there's any song playing during a trailer where I'm like, all right, that sounds like it's going to get claimed, I'll probably mute it and just react to it without the audio playing. I can still hear it on my side, so I can definitely share with what I'm hearing. So we're kind of just testing the waters with doing this reaction stuff. I also threw on this extra filter. I don't know if you can tell the difference. It's probably faintly there. You can't really tell here. Just for an extra layer of like, hey, let me try to make this so it's not claimed as likely. I threw on, maybe you can see it better here. Oh, that's my camera. I threw in a little bit of a blue filter. I had it like cranked up a lot higher before, but I was like, you're kind of taking away from the actual visual. So I tuned it down to being just a little bit. So if anyone has any problems with it, I can turn it off, but I figured I would just have an extra light filter over the top of the video to make it a little bit less from the actual source. I will share, I guess, while we're waiting, the additional information that we did learn from the PlayStation State of Play, for example. So hopefully this pops up correctly. Looks like it did. And I'll just scroll down, kind of highlighting some of the key takeaways from the PlayStation 1 that I found interesting. You may have found different parts that you liked more. Overall, I thought the state of play was okay. I know a lot of people, like me especially, were like, give me some Bloodborne information, which we didn't get as usual. So a little bummed with that, but I kind of didn't really expect it, though. It was going to be a surprise if that happened. But let's kind of run through what they did reveal during the Sony state of play. So we got more Astrobot news. I think there's additional levels they're putting out with that game. I'm not a big Astrobot fan. I think it won Game of the Year last year, though. So definitely an audience for it. It's kind of like Mario 64 or Mario, like those 3D World type of games. So if you're familiar with that, that's kind of what you get with PlayStation. They have their own like iconic PlayStation mascot, if you will, with the Astrobot character. So that's kind of their version of doing a 3D world like a Mario Odyssey or things like that. But imagine it's a good time. The PlayStation 5 Astrobot game was decent. Like the one that came on it when you bought the system was all right. And I imagine this one even kind of expands upon that. So I get it's definitely a likable franchise for a lot of people. This one was super weird, baby steps. So the vibe I got from this game was that it's kind of like if you're familiar with those what is it, Bennett Foddy games where like Getting Over It or anything where it's like your movement is very janky and really like all over the place, but it seems like you're walking as this character in this 3D world and your walking is like very finicky. And it seems like maybe there's a story with it, but it seems like a little bit goofy as far as the actual gameplay. So probably not something I'm overly interested in. This one I think we got some more information on Bloodstained as far as like a 2D side-scrolling type of game. I haven't really played that franchise. Maybe at some point I will dive more into it, but not something overly for me. This is that climbing game, right? Yeah. This one kind of reminded me of the Horizon Zero Dawn like VR game where it was just climbing. Once again, not probably for me. Digimon, not overly interested. Everybody's Golf, not really interested. I think they announced Pac-Man in this, right? Yeah. I call it out right there. Final Fantasy Tactics, I do enjoy sometimes having like a turn-based type of game. I haven't played Tactics like the original one, so I imagine if people like that, they'll be into this. It's not necessarily something that I overly am interested in, but cool for people that want to check it out. I'm trying to make sure I'm out of the way of this camera. Okay, I think I'm good now. Or out of the way of the screen sharing. Ghosts of Yote. So they didn't really share anything with this one. So this is the Ghost of Tsushima sequel. I played a little bit of the first one. I didn't love it as much as a lot of people, but maybe if I played it all the way through, I would have appreciated it a little bit more. I feel like I played it on PS Plus. I think a lot of times when I play those games, I don't really get as invested because I'm like, it's just on the platform where you can just check it out for a few minutes and then drop it if you don't want to. But they didn't really show us much, so I don't feel like that really counts as being overly included in the state of play. Hiragami, I don't overly remember what that one included. Obviously, highlights here, a 3D action platformer. Could be cool. We'll have to see with that one. Here's one that was interesting to me, and for anybody out there like JDev or anyone like that who are really into Dexter, so I kind of spoiled it with that, but we got a new James Bond game that was revealed. The gameplay reminded me a lot of Uncharted, so like the whole Nathan Drake stuff. A little bit seems like maybe somewhat Hitman as well, but it definitely feels more Uncharted as far as the gameplay. But we have 007, and if you can kind of tell from here, they haven't officially announced it, but this is definitely Patrick Gibson from Original Sin. Like when I watched the trailer, the voice sounded like him. He clearly looks like him, so kind of cool to see a little bit of a crossover there with a character that I'm now familiar with, or an actor I'm now familiar with, on the gaming side of things. So we'll have to see more with that. But that was probably the bigger reveal from the state of play that I had interest in. Not just because of it having Patrick Gibson, but also the gameplay felt like, as I said, kind of that Uncharted style, which I do appreciate. And it's been a while since we had an Uncharted game, so I feel like going back to it at this point, I'd be down for. I don't overly remember this one. It looks like it's a VR game. So I don't do much of the VR stuff, so that's probably partially why. Here was one that was a big reveal for a lot of people. I was a little bit mixed on it, but it's pretty much your Marvel vs. Capcom style combat. Or if you played like Dragon Ball Fighters, this felt like Marvel characters of Dragon Ball Fighters where you're bouncing characters in and out, and you're doing like combos and finishing attacks on people, and it looked cool. I'm not huge into fighting games, but I like appreciate them for what they are. And the cast size was pretty small thus far. It was like only 8 people, I think, were in it. But imagine that's just what they've shown thus far, and they'll probably add more. I don't know if they had a release date. I don't entirely remember with this one, but it seemed cool. But I wasn't as hyped on it as a lot of people because Marvel is a little bit for me at this point in time. And fighting games, I feel like I appreciate more than I actually enjoy playing them, just because they take so much like experience. Like to be really good at a fighting game, you need to know all the combos and stuff like that. But it's probably gonna be a good time for a quick like arcadey style game, like a Marvel vs. Capcom back in the day. So big reveal for a lot of people. I thought it was all right, and I imagine it'll be a good game, but it's probably not something I'm gonna overly play too much. The return to Metal Gear Solid. So I'm not a big Metal Gear fan. For transparency, didn't really play the franchise on PlayStation growing up. I was more of a Nintendo person growing up, and then I migrated over to Xbox and then PlayStation when I was a little bit later on. So Metal Gear is not a franchise I overly indulge in. I did play 5, and I didn't really like it, to be honest. But this is kind of going back to their origins with Snake Eater here. I imagine it'll be a good game, but I don't feel like the subject matter I really overly get into. Mortal Kombat Collection. So this is just kind of rehashing all the old games into one collection, which I feel like they've done with so many things. Like they had the Ninja Turtles collection. So we've done this quite a few times. And once again, I'm not big into fighting games. It's cool, but probably not for me. Ninja Gaiden, this one looked decent. So this was also like a 2D game. Yeah, if you're familiar with the Blasphemous franchise, it felt like it looked kind of similar to that, where you're just going along in the level and fighting a lot of enemies that are popping up here and there. So I didn't get really into the Ninja Gaiden like 3D games as much, but maybe this is one that could be interesting because I do appreciate some of that 2D stuff. Like it almost felt a little bit like a Dead Cells or Hollow Knight type of style. Maybe a little bit more fast paced than Hollow Knight, but we'll have to see with that one. Neo 3. So this was a big one for a lot of people. So I'm huge into the Souls games. It's probably obvious based off of my top rankings I did the other day. But Neo's not a franchise I really have enjoyed a whole lot. I beat the first game. I played some of the second game. I feel like when it comes to Souls-like games, I don't typically appreciate them as much. Just don't feel like they do it as well as FromSoft games. So not a big game for me announcement-wise, but for a lot of people, I'm sure they loved it. And that's mostly... So Pragmata, here's another one. I'm not sure the story here is going to really intrigue me, but this one looked like you're like this guy and this girl who looks like she's like robotic, who are going along in like space, it seemed like. And I imagine it's kind of one of those things where you're using both of their abilities. Sometimes you're being the guy, sometimes you're being the little girl. We'll have to see you get more information on the actual storyline of things. It could be interesting. It kind of feels like a sci-fi The Last of Us style of a game, so we'll see there. Project Defiant. Was this their... Yeah, this was just one of their like capabilities as opposed to being a game. This one looked weird. So Romeo is a dead man. Looked so goofy. Like it looked like the art style bounced all over the place. It's really hard to describe. Like at one point it looked like a Rick and Morty game. At one point it was like a like a hack and slash style game. So feels like it could kind of cross a lot of sub-genres when it comes to actual gameplay and theme. So it'll be interesting. It'll definitely be unique regardless of it being good or not. Sea of Remnants kind of just looked like a Sea of Thieves copycat. We'll have to see more information with that one as it comes out, though. Silent Hill F. So I'm not like huge into the Silent Hill franchise. I'm more like Resident Evil if I'm either one. But I'm at least intrigued. It feels like they're kind of going back to that old school horror type of stuff where you're like this girl in this like dark, creepy environment. So I think it'll be a good horror game. Whether or not I actually love it or wind up playing it, we'll see. Sword of the Sea. I don't really remember this one. It looks like it's being added to the PS Plus game catalog right away in August, though. So definitely something people can check out quickly. Thief VR looked okay. I haven't really played the Thief games too much, and VR is once again not something I really indulge in. I think this is the last one. Tides of Tomorrow. I don't overly remember seeing much info on that one either. So that just kind of recaps the PlayStation side of things coming into the Summer Games Fest, and we'll see what we get with this one. As mentioned, on top of that, we got the Witcher 4 information that we were shown during the Unreal Engine testing. And I think that game is slated currently for 2027, but we'll have to see with that because a lot of times things get delayed. Hopefully, I mean, I'd rather get delayed than come out broken. Like Cyberpunk got delayed so many times and then still came out broken, so you never fully know with these. All right, let me see here. Cool. But yeah, that kind of recaps things. And I know they've announced a lot of devs that are going to be at this Summer Game Fest, but I didn't fully pay attention to lists. So a lot of this is going to be surprising to me. I also don't know if, as I said, if there's been leaks or there's a bunch of showcases going on after this one. So maybe some of that stuff's going to have other areas. Like I know there's an indie one later today, and there's a lot of like other sub showcases as well. So I imagine those are going to have even more reveals as we go along here. All right, I may really quick grab some water before hopping into this because I'm going to try to not have to get up during it, but we'll see. If I do take a break, I'll probably just leave the screen up so that you're not missing any of the content for the actual showcase. So I will be right back. All right, I'll throw on the music now. So once we kick into the actual show, we'll start to hear things as they turn off the music. Apparently, as I said, I'll probably bounce back and forth. I don't know which one of these I like more. I should have probably cropped the right side of my camera for this one. But maybe depending on the trailer and seeing what it actually is, if I want to go full screen or not. All right. The chat and the live stream for the actual showcase is like insanely flying by. Let's see what we get. As I said, reminder, if things get suddenly cropped in the future, it's because I had to. Okay, here's a warning, so I guess keep that in mind.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
All right, show full screen a little bit for this. I do. I guess I have subtitles on here. It's probably okay.
Love the energy. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Summer Game Fest.
It's a little
showcase
delayed,
to
though.
Celebrate what's new and next in video
Volume
games.
sounds good. Awesome.
Now,
Thank
every
you.
year, we have the distinct honor of coming together to spotlight the boundless creativity that defines our industry. Thank you all for joining us and giving us your time. And special thanks to Dante. I was reading my feed this morning and saw that he canceled a date, and he hopes I don't disappoint him. Dante, we're going to do our best to make
I don't know who that is, but
really
hopefully they have a good time.
Over the next 2 hours, we're going to give you a whirlwind tour of dozens of games from studios big and small. From Lego bricks to puppets, zombies to Marvel heroes, this show has a
All right, Jeff, you
bit
gave a
of
little spoilers
everything,
there.
including, yes, some brand new game announcements. Gotta have some of those.
I feel like these all should be. I mean, I guess some of them are like partially developed at this point.
Let's take a moment to recognize just how dynamic our industry has become. Here's a look at the top 10 selling new games on Steam so far in 2025.
That is a lot of diversity, which is good to see. Like a lot of smaller devs there with like Expedition 33, Split Fiction, I guess.
At number 1 with
Repo.
over 13 million units sold since February is Repo, a groundbreaking indie game crafted by a passionate team.
I haven't played it, but it
of
looks fun.
10 people at
Looks like fun with like co-op, especially.
And closely trailing it is Schedule 1 from TVGS,
Another fun, probably co-op experience.
It's inspiring that these indie creations stand side by side with heavyweights like Monster Hunter Wilds and the
Some of those surprised me on there, but I guess there haven't been the greatest releases this year thus far.
From Sandfall.
Yeah, like that's probably game of the year, if I'm being honest. I haven't played it, but from what I've seen, that's probably game of the year.
At the end of the year. We're not there yet, but it is
Yeah.
a monumental achievement, earning the highest user Metacritic score ever recorded for a game, all from a team of under 30 developers.
I think those are former Ubisoft devs that left and did their own thing, which is awesome.
One thing is clear. With digital distribution and engines like Unreal, today's most innovative projects increasingly emerge from outside the traditional publisher system.
Sounded very Canadian.
That's something to
Outside.
celebrate. But with more than 18,000 games released on Steam just last year, more than double from 2020, the challenge now is discovery. And that's precisely why events like Summer Game Fest, our partner showcases happening all weekend long.
Yeah, as I said, they have additional showcases with smaller organizations later in the weekend, so definitely check those out if you're interested.
And hopefully, if you're watching this show, you'll discover your next favorite game.
There's a lot of Canadian coming out with his voice here.
Let's kick things off with a game from an independent studio who is thinking very big. In 2017, 4 developers broke away from AAA publishers to chart their own course. Today, they're a thriving independent studio of 30 creators. And what you're about to see is a powerful testament to what passion, freedom, and a small, dedicated team can achieve. Let's take a look at our first new game announcement.
Let's see what we get. New game announcement. All right. And we'll go back to full for a little bit. All right, that's music already. Yeah, it's already. It says song by, so I'm muting it. It's obviously a rock song. So, sorry, I'm muting it, but it's pretty much just rock music playing. So imagine that. This looks cool. I'm getting very Souls-like vibes. That looks like something you'd see out of Resident Evil almost, but obviously the gameplay is more Souls-like. I'm getting also, what was that? That it's almost like Doom-esque music playing with it. So that and what was it, Metal Hellsinger? Or it's just like constant metal music playing. I'm doubting in the actual game there's going to be that playing. It's probably just going to be like background sounds. I mean, this looks cool. As I said, it feels very Souls-like. I don't think it's FromSoft. I think it's some dev that probably made something similar. Although there is that Nintendo FromSoft game coming out at some point. I don't think this is it, though. Mortal Shell 2. Okay. So that is a Souls-like game. I dug the first Mortal Shell. It was probably one of the better Souls-like games, in my opinion, so... Alright, throw audio back on at least for a bit.
Alright, didn't that look great? Well, we got lots more to come. But right now, the end, the Nexus War, Galactus Fight, or even live at Risky Reels. Over the years, Fortnite has innovated with mass-scale live in-game events. And tomorrow, Fortnite is set to do it again across console, PC, and
Jeff
phone.
sounds so Canadian.
Death Star's
Tomorrow?
super laser is charged and ready to decimate the Battle Royale island. But there's still hope. You and your friends can join the fight. Here's the first exclusive look at what you'll be part of tomorrow in the brand new
He did it
live
again there.
event, Death Star Sabotage.
Okay. We're going to mute that because it's Star Wars music. I'm imagining that'll be... Sorry for doing that frequently, probably throughout this, but... Fortunately, that's how it works with YouTube especially. I can throw a little bit on. I'll probably bounce back and forth, so hopefully it's not annoying, but I'm trying to share as much as I can. Okay. So just a Star Wars Fortnite event.
Jonesy, all right. Right now, it is an honor to welcome
Fortnite gets so much content. Like, if you like that game, you are eating pretty good. Like, that and, like, Dead by Daylight gets so many IP additions.
The gaming medium in bold new directions, and we are honored to have him with us for the first time at Summer Game Fest in person. Please, everyone, join me in welcoming the great Mr. Hideo Kojima.
Dude, he loves Kojima so much. Death Stranding 2, I kind of figured we would get this announcement. I think there was actually a Death Stranding showcase later in the weekend, though, too.
Great to see you.
I was mixed on the original Death Stranding. I feel like it looks great, but it's kind of an interactive movie, and you're not doing much gameplay-wise. You're kind of just delivering stuff, so it's a little light on the gameplay. I like the idea,
what do you
but...
hope players take away from DS2 when they play it later this month?
DS1 が出た後にコロナになったの
Well,
で、
we hit the pandemic after
まあ
we released
僕ら皆さ
DS1.
ん、まあ、コロナを体験したと思う
Everyone
ので、
experienced
コ
the
ロナを
pandemic.
体験した中での
So,
新しいつながりというか、
I wanted to show
Yeah, that was the part about the
something
original
new
Death Stranding that
and
worked.
different
It kind of
after
allowed
we
you to...
faced the pandemic. So
Almost
I
like a
want everyone
FromSoft
to
game where
think
you
about
would
that
leave
when you
notes,
play this
but in that game you would leave like ladders and stuff to help other people and like interconnect the world for them. So it was a collaborative game, even though it was a single-player
Let's
game.
take a look at this.
はい、
All right, what do we got here? I'm imagining great visuals. Probably some famous actors. Like, he loves Norman Reedus. Can't tell who that is. Is that somebody famous?
Welcome. Have a seat. Over here, please.
This is like awkwardly quiet.
No smoking, please.
I don't... This trailer thus far, I don't know.
So you are Neil Varner.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Okay, it does say who the actors are, so maybe you're familiar with them.
I'm a porter.
So thank you. We're good for today.
Okay. Thanks.
Not overly riveting thus far. This feels like very much just a cutscene.
What?
Which, as I said, they do have a Death Stranding trailer or showcase later, so maybe they're saving a lot for that, like gameplay-wise. But if it's like the first game, there's not much gameplay. It's pretty much just traversing like different types of terrain. Okay, so they're marked similarly. I love the subtitle of that. It was just like, I don't know what they're saying. I don't think that's copyrighted music, but I kind of forgot to mute it in case it was.
So much mystery. Well, that was a clip from the game.
That was a pretty rough. See, like
We saw
that's
first glimpse
the
of
part with
Neil
Death
and
Stranding where I'm
Lucy,
like,
and we met them
cool.
at the
It
trail
looks
back in
cool.
South by Southwest, but we got a little bit
It's
more
kind of
of them here.
boring in some
Tell us a
aspects.
little
I
bit
can
more about
admit
this
it's like a
clip
high
from
quality
characters
game,
Neil and
but
Lucy.
まあ DS
I'm not
で非常
overly
に似ている
pulled
よう
into the
な
world or
Yes.
super
It's a very
interested in
important
playing
character.
it. Like it feels like it's more so a
Neil
movie,
and Lucy.
まあちょっと
despite having a lot of
I
gameplay
can't really
components.
say because there'll be
But there were
spoilers.
large chunks of just like
You saw the
cutscenes in the original game. Like I
both
thought I
of
remember
them
somebody saying there was like an hour-long
They
cutscene that
have
you
this
can't like
deep
skip,
connection
関わってきます
and
Um,
reveals
で前回
or maybe you could skip it, but like it was continuous in one, like without having any gameplay splicing between the two.
and of course by story, you know, he will not be in DS2.
So yeah, I'm hoping it's good. Hoping a lot of people love it, but probably not something I'll play because
For DS2.
I can appreciate it without necessarily saying it's for
Cliff was
me.
a very popular character, but I think we have to kind of like top that character. So Luca Marinetti was a great actor, and I think it was
I think
great.
Kojima's also for
Great
any like
performance,
movie
so
fans
I
out there. I think
you'll
he's
like
working
this
with Jordan
performance.
Peele on some
Well,
stuff.
the game's gonna
So
be out in 20 days,
I think
so
the
I'm not
Game
gonna
Awards
give
from
any
like a
spoilers.
year or two ago,
I
they
know,
both
I
came out
loved it.
together and said they
But
were
there
working
is
together.
more to share, and you won't have to wait very long to learn more about the game. Actually, this Sunday, as part of Summer Game Fest,
Yeah,
you tune
he's
into
talking about the
DS2
showcase.
live game premiere, where Hideo will be joined by many members of the cast. He'll be sharing.
I probably won't watch
a
that one. I'll probably
demo
just
of
get the like
live gameplay
Cliff
demo,
Note version of
alongside
things.
Elle Fanning and Troy Baker, and I'll be there hosting it. And
Okay.
let's just say, this
So
is
Elle
not
Fanning
the
and Troy
last
Baker,
that
it sounds like are in the next game, which
Unbelievable
Troy I
match.
think was in the previous one.
Yes, I'll show you the gameplay scene of
見
Neil.
に来てください
So hope you enjoy. Will join us Sunday too.
Excellent. All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Hideo Kojima, everyone. Great to see you, Mr. Kojima. Thank you. All right, and now I'd like to introduce my co-host.
I feel like having him here didn't make a whole lot of sense if you had its own showcase, unless you didn't have anything, you wanted to just fill it. Also, Jeff loves Kojima, so that's probably mainly why. All right, I don't know if the walkout music is like copyrighted. I'm like overly cautious now. I mean, it's only like a few seconds, so I can't imagine it's too
Summer Game Fest. I am so
likely to be an
excited
issue.
to be here this year. Thank you for having me. Now, we are honored to reveal an exciting new project from
All right,
Raw Power
let's bounce over
Games,
here now.
a new team headquartered in Copenhagen, Denmark. Here you can engage in intense combat, fight for land, glory, and legacy, and lead massive armies into epic scale battles, as narrated by actor Tom Hardy.
Okay. I'll switch back. So Tom Hardy is apparently in this. That's definitely becoming more prominent. Like I feel like movie actors moved to TV shows, which they're pretty prevalent in now, and then they also moved over to video games, which I think the video game industry makes more money than the movie industry does. So it kind of makes sense. Also, it's becoming more of like a mainstream thing instead of just like a nerdy thing. So okay, this looks like. It almost looks like a Civ type game. I'm wondering if the cinematic actually matches the game or if this is... I mean, if Tom Hardy's in it, you would think it's actually like a third-person combat game. This could be like a... not a chivalry, but what was the other game where you're fighting as a knight? I'm trying to remember the name of that one. They had a crossover with Dead by Daylight at one point.
On this road, there is only death.
All right, so you're playing as Tom Hardy with a helmet on, so very important to have him as an actor. This may be a new... I don't know if this is like... I'm getting like Kingdom Come Deliverance vibes, but obviously they already had their second game. Or like a Chivalry or something, as it said. Chronicles Medieval. So I have not heard of that franchise. Maybe it's a new IP.
That was a very cool new project in a brutal
New project sounds like.
world. Now it's time to hang on to the edge of tomorrow. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is a
Keep
thrilling
saying
new
tomorrow,
entry
super
in the
goofy.
legacy of racing action games within the Sonic franchise. Cross Worlds brings other worlds and familiar
All right,
faces
new
to
Sonic Racing. I feel like
being revealed here
Sonic
at
runs
this
fast. Does he need to be in a car? I realize they're just going for like the Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing type of thing, but all right, I'm gonna mute that because that sounds like copyrighted music. Although it sounds kind of video gamey, so maybe not, but it's just pretty much fast-paced electronic guitar playing. I feel like they're really much trying to break into the Mario Kart world. Like that game, I think Nintendo Switch just launched their second system and Mario Kart was like the big promoter game for it, so they're definitely trying to jump into that market. Although I can't imagine it's going to be nearly as successful. Like, obviously, if you don't own a Switch, maybe it's something you'll go for. But okay, we have the dude from Like a Dragon in Sonic, so they're including other franchises. A Joker from Persona. Okay, you got me more intrigued now. It's Sonic Racing without just Sonic characters. I don't get the point of it being Sonic anymore, but other like Sony properties or Sony adjacent properties. Okay. I mean, you give me other characters other than Sonic characters, I could be interested. Oh, I didn't throw the audio back on. Sorry about that.
To talk about our latest Sonic Racing game. Sonic Racing Cross World is the next generation of the Sonic Racing series, developed by Sonic Team and the Sega Arcade Racing Team. You can feel brand new experience.
I feel like Sonic is one of those franchises where it's just so hard to bring into the modern like gaming world. Like it was really great back in the day when you were just like going through the 2D level, but is there really a good Sonic 3D game? Some people would say there's a couple maybe, but I don't feel like they're as strong as like Sonic 2 or whatever from back in the day. But maybe a racing game could work. It felt like very similar to Mario Kart, so they're definitely trying to, as I said, eat into that market. We got Minecraft now, so we're just bringing every franchise over to Sonic. Is the vibe I'm getting. So they're doing the Fortnite thing where they're like, let's bring other properties into our game.
Minecraft and Sonic. I guess you could say you gotta go craft. Well, I gotta laugh. That's
That was
all I want.
super
That's all I want.
cringy. That was
Next, we're
super
excited to
cringy.
reveal a brand
Gotta
new
go
action
fast with
RPG
craft,
from
obviously.
Bandai Namco Studios. Embark on a journey across a dark fantasy world and uncover a vast story that eclipses time.
All right, what do we got here? This looks like a Castlevania type game. Or also Devil May Cry, maybe?
Time. For some,
That's a cool look.
heals.
It looks a little more cartoony than I would have preferred,
It wounds.
but
And for our world, it promises only oblivion. Our hopes lost long ago.
I like that like face for her. It looks super cool with the candles in it.
You have the power to change.
As I said though, his look, I don't feel like I like that cartoony Yeah, we're definitely in that for all these characters now.
If time were a weapon to wield,
Like I'm getting like Kingdom Hearts graphics looking.
in this time, or maybe the next.
Or like Fortnite-y. Like their skin looks very like clear and like shiny. It doesn't look real, if that makes sense. I'm wondering what this is. Is that's not, I'm not super into like the Devil May Cry, but I'm getting like Dante from that vibes. His mask almost looks like a like Tokyo Ghoul type of mask. Code Vein, okay. So like Code Vein Veronica type stuff. Could be alright. I don't know what this is so far. Almost looks like, I don't know, Alien vs Predator when they're like going into the tombs. Little Nightmares maybe? Like Little Nightmares 3? But the studio didn't look like it was the correct one for that. I like the whole top-down, like, third-person shooter look to it. Now it's like from behind. It looks like it goes back and forth between top-down and behind the character. I definitely dig the aesthetic of this game. I don't know what it is yet, but I feel like all of the enemies thus far in these look very similar. That almost looks like the creature from Inside, where they're like fusing all those bodies. End of Abyss. Haven't heard of that. Okay. Could be interesting.
Very moody, cool new game. That was End of Abyss, the debut title from Malmo, Sweden-based Section 9 Interactive, an atmospheric action-adventure game coming in 2026 to the Epic Games Store and consoles. Next, we'll step into the black and white world of rubber hose animation with Mouse PI for Hire, developed by first-time developer Fumi Games and published by PlaySide, releasing later this year. Here's a quick new look at the game and the reveal of a familiar voice.
There's something rotten at the heart.
Looks very Cuphead.
Crooks beware. Detective Pepper's in the house.
There are those who have bent the city to their will.
Dumb wise guys and fake cheese wheels.
I don't know like what this is though. It's like Cuphead, but it's first person.
They won't even know what hit them.
Troy Baker. He's pretty much, he's in like every game these days, which he's a good voice actor, so it makes sense.
Another role for Troy Baker. All right, that's not all from PlaySide. Now comes the announcement of another ambitious project from this independent Australian developer. We've been talking to them for a while about this project, which builds on their recent launches of Kill Knight and Age of Darkness. But this takes things to a whole new level. It's a premium real-time strategy game built for PC based on one of the most iconic fantasy franchises in the world. Any guesses? Let's take a look.
Game of Thrones? I'm getting Game of Thrones vibes. Yeah. I haven't watched Game of Thrones, but I could already tell from that dude's head, and that's like Jon Snow, right? Chasing after him. And a White Walker? Is that what those guys are called?
But this is not the game you know.
Visuals look really good. If they made like a proper Game of Thrones game, that could be fun. Like obviously George R. R. Martin worked on Elden Ring, and then we had like the Telltale Game of Thrones game, which was not the greatest. But this could be good.
This
I'm curious on what the gameplay is going to be. Is it going to be like third-person combat style? Because this is all like a cinematic. This is not actual gameplay.
And who dies?
I was about to say, just kidding, Jon Snow. That was very obvious that Jon Snow got stabbed there. That was back alive, but he's on his team. I feel like whenever they do those camera pans where it's like only show you. Oh, there we go. Real-time strategy game, so that doesn't seem like the trailer really told you too much, because that looked like a third-person combat game. And that real-time strategy means like top-down, almost like a StarCraft or something like that. But as I was saying, whenever they show you somebody get stabbed like off camera, it's like, all right, the other person got stabbed. Kind of like what they did in Yellow Jackets, I think, last season. All right, what do we got here? It's like a huge whale getting scanned. This looks cool. So far, at least. It's a little cartoony once again, though, so I don't know. It sounds like Helldivers. Atomic Heart 2. Okay. I didn't really play the first one, so it must have done well enough to make a sequel. All right, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, that's 100% copyrighted music. I'm turning that one off. Playing some Queen. Yeah, guarantee copyright. So Queen music is currently playing, so keep that in mind. I mean, it looks cool, looks fast-paced, using a lot of different like abilities and stuff, so enemies look cool, like their designs. Almost gives me like a BioShock Infinite vibe to like being in the clouds and stuff. All right. Getting into a cyberpunk vibe now. I think they're going a little bit crazy with the trailer. Like this almost gives me like also like Far Cry. Well, they're just trying to show everything they can to get you intrigued because they don't feel like the game's going to be super successful. So they need to show you everything in the trailer. Like this is a little too much in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine maybe the sales for the first game weren't good and they're trying to really incentivize people to buy the second game because it looked like a cool game, but I kind of feel like you showed me the whole game there.
Part 2 is in active development at
Audio back on.
Unreal Engine 5, a spiritual successor to the first game with a retro-futuristic world on a global scale. And this time, there's a greater emphasis on RPG elements and player freedom.
Yeah, I got the vibe. They were definitely trying to make it like bigger and better.
From Munfish today.
Okay, so Dev is making another game.
Is it recording?
I don't know if that's a good sign or not. Making another
It's in
game.
the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself.
They seem to be really into sci-fi, which is cool.
Up, I was in the lab. I didn't even
This guy has like his phone.
You know, I felt that same fear though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
I mean, I guess they're separate kind of games, but I feel like putting this out with Atomic Heart 2 may not be the smartest move unless they having like this game looks very similar. Maybe their launch dates are completely different. But if you told me this was like the third game, I'd be like, okay. Similar vibes. The cube. Atomic Universe. Okay, so it's in the same world, sounds like. Well, why put both of those out unless it's like a completely different style?
The Cube is yet another new project from Munfish, an MMORPG shooter.
Okay,
set in the
MMORPG.
universe on a massive
So that makes me think, yeah, the
levitating
gameplay
3D
style is going to be a
where
little
the
bit
edges
different.
are
Not as much
constantly
action
rotating to
like
create
adventure.
new gameplay combinations that are ever evolving. All right, let's
That
jump
was a
into
better
the
trailer
Marvel
though. That
Cosmic
didn't show us the entire
Invasion
game like the
universe.
first one did.
The new retro beat 'em up coming to PC and consoles this holiday with multiplayer fun for up to 4 players. You can pick between 15
Another Marvel
powerful
fighting
characters
game
to
after we
play,
got the
but
reveal
so
during
far,
PlayStation.
Only 7 have been revealed. Well, now it's time to meet the next 2.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to mute this whole trailer because Marvel just strikes me as being a copyrighted thing. Okay, I actually do remember seeing this. So this is like if you've played the old school like Ninja Turtle games or like any of those old like go through the level beat 'em up style games like the Simpsons I think had one too. This is like a Marvel version, so I would play this. I don't know if I'll buy it, but I would play it for sure because it's like a quick, easy jump in. Kind of plays your favorite characters for a few levels and then you're good. 100% just feels like one of the Ninja Turtle games with more abilities, obviously. Was She-Hulk the reveal there? All right, switch back to audio.
Oh my world.
Capcom.
What is this place?
It's been a little bit of time, but I feel like for a while we had way too many ninja type games or samurai type games. Like Sekiro is an awesome game, but we had that. We had Ghost of Tsushima. I'm trying to think of some of the other. We feel like we had a lot of samurai style games that came out all at once. It's been a little bit of time, so maybe this one can still work. A lot of these creatures in these games I've seen today have similar aesthetics, like this big, like, kind of gross-looking monster, which I think still works, but the problem is you get too many of them, it gets a little bit diluted. Is this a new franchise? Let's switch over here. Onimusha, okay. That is an existing franchise, I believe. I haven't played any of the games, but... Definitely strikes me as a game that's going to be high quality. Whether or not it's for me, I don't know. But I think it'll make a lot of people super happy.
That was a new look at Onimusha, Way of the Sword, which we announced back in December at the TGAs.
Okay.
It is coming in 2026 and will be playable this summer at Gamescom. Now let's completely switch gears. You guys all know I love my puppets, and this next
Here we go.
project is one I've been tracking for a few years. As a team at Sans String Studios,
Jeff does love the
Unreal Engine
Muppet
5
characters.
to create an insane digital puppeteering pipeline. It's actually a thing. What you're about to see is running completely in real time in Unreal, and I cannot wait to play it. Here is an unexpected new game announcement that combines comedic storytelling and arcade fighting action. Check this out.
Okay. I'm getting the vibe of what was that movie that was like a detective movie, but it was like super graphic, but it was like a Muppet detective movie. I'm getting that vibe thus far where it's like serious, but also like funny.
If you're gonna be champ, we gotta transform you. Why are you even here?
They've definitely over the last few years like incorporated comedy into gaming a lot more than they used to. Like that's a genre that hasn't really been explored in gaming, and I feel like they're doing a lot more. Like what was the game when you're playing as that gun with the Rick and Morty guys?
Attaboy. Attaboy. Eat bread, crap, burnt toast, carb load. This mate ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day. Jeff.
Yeah, this one's probably not for me, but it's cool they're exploring other things. I like creativity in games, so that very much looks like Punch-Out there. So it's a boxing game? So the whole game's a boxing game. They didn't really show that until the end of the trailer.
Super fun. Got to wish list that, right? All right, well, next it's time to see the announcement of a brand new game in Deception We Trust.
Okay, I like social deduction games, if that's what he was alluding to.
Ancient white castle deep in the mountains, lost to time and legend. Only the chosen find their way here. Gathered from every corner of the earth, divided yet
It does feel like it has like a yeah, there's a bad team, like almost like an Among Us style game, a werewolf style game. Deceit, I think, was the other one that really was popular.
Get to the point. Killer Inn is a murder mystery action game. The killers lurk elusively in plain sight. Kill someone and a clue will remain. Hair, fingerprints, blood, clothes. The lambs scramble to find clues, one step closer to unmasking the culprits. Who is guilty will eventually come to light.
These are a lot of times hit or miss for me, though.
Lambs win by booting out every wolf. Such simple rules, but there's so much.
I think the hardest part is you have to be popular enough that like a lot of people want to play it, because a lot of these games only like a lot of troll players like to play, which kind of kills the experience for people that are really wanting to learn.
To your taste, then you'd better escape the castle. Now the paths to victory are clear. You would do well to remember deceit and deduction.
Yeah, I want to like this game, but I feel like it's going to fall in the category of not enough people play it, so it just turns into a toxic environment that only like people trolling play it. So it'd be nice, but I kind of expect it to be probably not something that'll last super long.
Where you compete in a game of life or death using
But you never know. Maybe
skills to win.
Maybe it'll want to work.
All right, it's hard to believe this next game was first announced at TGA in 2021. I know it's been a while. Their recent tech tests prove that some things are definitely worth the wait. I'm of course talking about Arc Raiders. This is one of the most anticipated games of the year, and we're excited to share a new trailer which will tell you more
I don't know if I know this
about
one.
the mystery surrounding
Anticipated game of the year?
World of Speranza and the long-awaited launch date coming later this year. From Embark Studios, here's
Jeff's making it sound like this could be game of the year. I think Claire Expedition 33 is definitely Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is gonna be the game of the year winner, but we'll see. Maybe this could work.
Let your body settle into a slower rhythm. Clear your mind of all distractions.
Okay, looks like some kind of sci-fi world. I like the outside environment there.
Surround yourself with resourceful.
It seems like we're maybe on a foreign planet, based off like the outfits. Yeah, it looks like maybe there's some space travel component to it.
You are in control.
I like the world. Let's see if there's a lot of depth to it or not. Did he say which devs are making this? I don't know if I know that. Is that like a bad person? Yeah, it feels like we're turning on each other. I don't know if that's copyright or not. I just muted it, but Arc Raiders. Is it an Epic game? Is that what I saw down there?
Right, everyone, Arc Raiders is coming October 30th, 2025 for PC and console. Congrats to Embark Studios.
Embark
Origin
Studios?
fans,
I don't know if I know
now you can
them.
finally step onto the world of Arrakis yourself. Dune Awakening combines the survival and MMO.
Dune Awakening has a lot of hype. Obviously, the Dune IP people love, like the last couple movies, but
on June 10th, but you can
we'll
play
see.
it right now in Steam Advanced Access. Here is a brand new look.
Okay, let's check out some Dune. I don't know if I love the graphics thus far, but I feel like these have a little bit what I mentioned with, what was that, Atomic Heart maybe? Or no, it was Code Vein, where it's like a little cartoony aesthetic for me. A little bit of that Fortnite-y. I mean, that looks like Fortnite you're building almost. Alright, I don't know if that's... I think that's just cinematic music, but... Okay, Sandworm. I don't know, I'm getting like... trying to think what vibes. What was that like Star Wars game they had? Outlaws? Where it looks cool, but will the gameplay be good? Are you relying purely on the like franchise name for people to buy it? Which I'm not a big Dune person, so I'm not necessarily sold by it. I actually haven't even seen the first, or the last two movies rather. I've heard great things, but I feel like they're super long. I'm like, I'll watch it another time. But I imagine people that love the world are all about it. This trailer is like super long. I don't think it's adding much substance. It just shows like fighting over and over again. I get almost like a Mass Effect vibe too. Or a, what's the other Star Wars game? The ones that are almost Souls-like. I would say interesting, not probably for me. Partially because I'm not super into Dune, but also the gameplay didn't like lure me in.
I saw my world fall to ash, consumed by the void.
That was a weird transition to a separate game.
Try as I might to quell their advance. 'Twas all for naught.
This looks like a Monster Hunter-y almost. Join the Sentinels, cow.
Some say time stops for no one. Neither man nor God living.
There's a lot of Souls-like games coming out. I feel like they maybe see the success of that game style and they try to replicate it, but I just don't feel like many companies can match what FromSoft does.
Yet what then of those who deigned to turn back the hands of fate?
Although the combat here looks kind of cool, like the enemies and the
To
environments.
save what remains of our broken worlds. You need only take my hand. Return to the past, where your journey awaits.
Chrono Odyssey. Okay. Playtest starting soon. It looked kind of generic, if I'm being honest, but we'll see. What was it, like Superman flying through the rings? These past 3 trailers, they're just like throwing back to back, so there's not like a separation really. I don't know if that means they're like not as like high profiled, so they don't get their own introduction. Okay, very much the anime style. Is this like a JRPG maybe?
I hear you're looking for someone? The victors show no mercy to the defeated. People here despise weakness, worship strength, and crave glory.
I'm not like always into like the big hack and slash style games where it's just constant just spamming buttons.
What ending have you penned for Septimont this
Withering Waves. Yeah, probably not for me, if I'm being honest.
A rat in the vessel. Such a tiny nuisance.
Okay, this feels like a very indie studio style game. I'm gonna mute that just in case. Memories in Orbit. Okay. Not much to really call out there.
New Metroidvania platformer that has a demo on Steam you can play right now as part of Next Fest.
Appreciate that when they let you play like a demo prior to buying it. It means they're probably confident in the actual game.
Crafted by hand. It's called Out of Words, and I'm honored to show it to you today.
This looks cool. The art style is super unique. Kind of has like a It Takes Two look to it, but more artsy even. I mean, the gameplay maybe like It Takes Two based off it being a co-op game too. Yeah, this could be like, what was the other game? Unravel? Where it's like a 2D platformer.
Don't you see? We can't.
Come on, follow me.
I'd be interested in this. I mean, the art style, I feel like a lot of times when they do these unique art styles, it's sometimes hard to watch. Like some of the, I don't know, I'm thinking like Spider-Man, like the Spider-Verse movies sometimes can be like cool, but they're like, your eyes get a little bit like all over the place. That didn't feel like that did that as much, so that one would intrigue me.
Story set in the brutal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Here is the Summer Game Fest trailer.
Say Mafia?
Betrayal burns because it can only come from someone close. An enemy can't hurt you like a friend.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah. Mafia games are okay. I only really played the third one to completion. The first couple I like played bits and pieces of.
My beautiful daughter, Isabella.
I don't know if they do as much for me these days as maybe they would have back then.
Client is feeling less than cooperative and we need to teach them a lesson. Remind them of their obligation.
Feels like a little Red Dead in Mafia almost.
Between us and Spadaro.
Oh, Spadaro.
Commitment means everything. If this is how he wants it.
They definitely try to make this super serious.
Don't notice you, Enzo. This is an opportunity.
Do you wish to commit to this family?
Enzo! We can't let them get away!
When Isabella became his daughter,
It does feel like it has a lot of Red Dead like vibes to it, despite being in the Mafia universe. A little Assassin's Creed 2 with like the environment.
We do not always get to choose what we do.
We can choose who we are.
These are all also like cinematics, not actual gameplay really, so. I don't think for me.
And if you thought
Looks
that
like it could
guy
be
was a
good, but not
stud,
for me.
Just wait till you see this next game. LEGO Voyagers captures the creative hands-on spirit of classic LEGO play and will also support a Friends Pass, just like Split Fiction. Here's the first ever look.
I do appreciate when games do that, where it's like only one person has to buy it and they can play with another friend. It feels like they're not just trying to like print money at that point, so. Okay. I'm going to mute the audio just in case. I like the vibe of this. This almost has like the like Pixar-y thing where it's like you get a lot of emotion out of very little. Part of it, maybe the music playing is like very much that indie style too. Looks like there's a lot of creativity that goes into it too, with obviously Legos being the main component. It's like a puzzle game. Definitely stuff like this is like why games can be such like good for your mind. A lot of people view it as just brain rot a lot of times when you're just playing like, I don't know, Call of Duty for like the 50th time. But having like the creativity needed to like put things together and like find a path to advance is, in my opinion, probably good for you to do. It keeps you sharp. So looks like we get a little bit of that here. We get a little bit of story too, which is always awesome.
Hello, Summer Game Fest. I'm Carolyn Lawrence, voice actor for a few familiar faces you might have grown up with on Nickelodeon. Some with squirrel suits, thank you. Some with
Sandy
science
Cheeks?
smarts, and some with serious attitudes.
Squirrel suits?
Nickelodeon has always been about wild worlds and weirder characters. And while I'm mostly sworn to secrecy today, I'm thrilled to have a hand in revealing something that brings a lot of those characters together like never before. I hope you enjoy the first look at
Yeah, that's definitely Sandy from SpongeBob.
Destiny.
So that's impressive. She's good at voices. All right, what do we got with this one? Sounds like she's narrating this game.
Ridiculously handsome wizard would call upon his magic powers to summon the most ferocious, most awesome, most totally radical team of adventurers.
I like the like comedy vibe of this one so far. That's SpongeBob. Okay, it's a SpongeBob game. This feels like it's like SpongeBob with I don't think I need to mute that. With what was that game? Don't Starve Together. It feels like it's Don't Starve Together for SpongeBob.
First step into the role of Geppetto's puppet to save the city of Krat from disease.
Just Lies of P?
And Puppet Frenzy in Lies of P. Overture is a DLC expansion to Lies of P.
I need to play Lies of P. I mentioned Souls-like games. I've heard that one's amazing. And since I don't always love them, that's definitely one I need to check out at some point. For folks unaware, this is kind of like a Pinocchio world. But it's like a serious like combat game. This looks like an epic boss fight. Okay. That guy looks cool. It's like a big dwarf looking dude. So I assume this is DLC. I think he said for Lies of P. I definitely need to check this game out at some point. Okay. The boss design looks unique, so I do appreciate that. Looks like a mix of like beasts and humanoid characters. Finishing attack, maybe? Ooh, yeah, that definitely felt like he was about to stab him in the eye or something. Okay. Available today. Seemed like it surprised some people in the crowd.
Yes, that's right. Overture is available today across all platforms to play, so enjoy it this weekend. All right, next up.
It's funny when people in the crowd cheer because it's like, you're not even at home, so you can't even play this right now.
Shared this game with me a few months back with a DM that said, Doki Doki Literature Club meets Silent Hill. That piqued my interest. I think you might get a kick out of
That's a
this
weird
announcement.
combination for folks who are aware what both those game styles are. I dig Silent Hill. Doki Doki Literature Club, probably not for me. So we're gonna be like kind of cutesy, but also horror.
I sit at the
All right, I'm gonna mute that just in case because it's kind of like a guitar playing. So seems like a first person like exploration, almost like walking simulator style. Like I'm getting vibes of like What Remains of Edith Finch almost. There definitely is a little PT, so Silent Hill makes sense.
There's a hunger that feeds and blooms, and I will feed, and I will bloom.
Okay. I think I would need to learn more, but I am not overly interested from what we were shown there. Definitely unique,
I
though.
wouldn't recommend eating those tomatoes. All right,
Nice.
NCSoft is expanding its Blade and Soul universe. Let's take a look at the rich lore and dynamic action in Blade and Soul Neo, just out on Steam, and Blade and Soul Heroes coming soon.
Definitely a mute. Fighting game, seems like. It didn't really show us that much. It was definitely just a quick trailer. Oh, get more maybe? Or is this is a different game, I think. No, it's the same game. Okay. Not for me, but could be for other people. Is this still the same game again? I think they've done fake out endings multiple times, so I'm thinking it's still the same game. Ooh, that's One Punch Man. I have not read or watched any of that, but I'm familiar with the character. I think there's always like, who would win a fight, One Punch Man or Goku? Okay, so that was a different game. The transitions in some of these are not the best. Okay, what is this? I'm getting like Pokemon vibes. The 7 Deadly Sins. Okay. Obviously, I'm probably not the target market for some of these recent ones, but probably not for me. Like, it could be a fun exploration and adventure game, but probably not something I am going to wind up playing. I do feel like in some ways that this art style is not necessarily one I super dig. I feel like I either want to go with let's go full realistic or let's stick with like pure cartoony type. And we're doing kind of that mix. I'm like, I don't know. For some reason, I just don't like it as much. Like, as I said, something like Fortnite's kind of an example. All right, we got more Witcher stuff here, looks like. Or is this just kind of recapping everything? Okay, it's just pointing out the state of Unreal Engine. So this is what they showed off during the Unreal Engine 5 showcase they had, as I mentioned at the beginning, that Witcher 4 showcase especially. Squid Game. That's Claire Obscurio, Expedition 33. I need to play that at some point. That definitely looks like a fun time. Probably pick it up when it's on sale at some point. So this is just like a promotion of a bunch of the games they've already talked about. This one's new. That almost looked like a Bug's Life almost. Okay, that was like a commercial in mid. Jurassic World Evolution 3. Thinking that's what this is. I really like the first game. I bought the first game on console and got all the achievements or trophies, whatever you want to call them. And then the second one was available for free, and I played it, and it didn't have the same allure that the first game had. Maybe because it was more of the same, not sure. But I do like park builders. Maybe just for the... Oh, I missed the T-Rex there. For the Jurassic Park music there, but... Yeah, Jurassic World Evolution 3. So this is, I mean, it's kind of showing the actual gameplay here finally, but it's like a park builder. So like a Sim City or like a roller coaster tycoon or whatever, but with dinosaurs, which was fun to play. Kind of would get annoying when they would break out and you'd have to like capture them, but that's kind of the point of the game. It's supposed to be like marginally stressful.
Hi, I'm Celia from Yacht Club Games. 10 years ago, we broke new ground with our first game, Shovel Knight.
Okay. I wasn't big into Shovel Knight, but I know it's like a popular game in the indie space.
Next IP, Mina the Hollower.
Okay,
Mina
let's check it
continues
out.
our traditions of refining retro gameplay for a new generation. It's a bone-chilling adventure that it blends intense combat, free roaming exploration, and precise platforming. As Mina, a whip-wielding hollower, you'll burrow through danger and unravel.
She's like very much obviously reading, which is fine, but she's definitely just staring right at the teleprompter.
We're bringing our next bona fide classic.
Okay. Let's see. Very, very retro style. This looks like NES style. I'm going to kill the music with that one. I don't know if this would be copyright because it's just kind of like retro-y music, but... Okay, it comes out on Halloween. This looks like Game Boy-y almost, too. Definite Game Boy graphic look to it. I wasn't sold based off the trailer, but we'll see if that winds up being a surprise game later in the year.
Our next game comes from a well-known developer that has done... Yeah. Kyle Bossman, everyone. Final Bossman. All right, well, let me see what this says.
Is this like part of the show, I'm assuming?
Oh. Hey, Jeffy. If you're reading this, it means 3 things.
Okay.
Number 1, you're killing it at the fest with your oodles of totally natural charisma. Debatable. B, I'm at your house playing long darts with the fam. And 3, you're going to do me a solid and skip that Silk Song trailer so you can pimp my revolutionary VR gaming venture that will shock the industry probably.
Is this a bit, I'm assuming? But you said Silk Song, which was kind of a tease. But you said skip the Silk Song trailer. Are we Was that just making fun of the fact that we never are gonna get Silk Song?
Handcrafted with cuddles by the Merc with
All right,
Meta
MetaQuest.
Kick back and bask in the
Is this supposed to be like Deadpool talking? Was that supposed to be him with that message? I get that impression. It was like mocking the fact that people really want Silk Song. Okay, I'm gonna turn the volume off on that one. Definitely copyrighted music. So VR Deadpool game. I don't, as I said at the beginning, play VR games, but Deadpool could be cool. Although that could get annoying over time. I feel like having him as a narrator would be cool for the first hour, but then after that, be like, all right, Deadpool, you need to shut up now. But maybe it'll be fun. Kind of like, as I said, that game where you're that Rick and Morty style game. Okay, but that means we have to be getting a Silk Song trailer, right? Because you just mocked the fact that we're never going to get one. If you don't actually give us one after that. Okay. If I played VR, I would probably check that out, but I don't, so.
With Neil Patrick Harris as Deadpool. All right. Next year at Games.
I didn't really notice that, but I guess that, yeah, Neil Patrick Harris is playing Deadpool's voice. They couldn't get Ryan Reynolds, I guess.
Horror games. Kyle Crane is back as the player character in this title that blends open world and action survival horror. Let's take a look at the latest trailer with some big news, the release date.
Okay. What do we got here? Action survival horror. Techland. What does Techland make?
What can you tell me about the Baron?
He's a narcissistic sociopath.
The Baron from The Witcher 3?
He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats. God only knows what the Baron's planning to do with those monsters.
I'm getting whatchamacallit vibes. I want to say not Dead Rising, but the parkour zombie game. I'm blanking on it. Yeah, the combat is very much reminiscent of that. Yeah, I think this... Why am I blanking on the name of that game? They have two of them. First one I liked. The second one, I don't feel like worked as well. This is 100% that franchise. I'm just totally forgetting the name.
You want revenge?
I mean, I'll 100% be told at the end of this trailer what it is. Dying Light. Yeah, there's my answer. Okay. Well, hopefully they can return to what the first one was, because the second one, I don't think, was as favorable for most fans.
Then I'll go there and fucking kill him.
Having like parkour with zombies was a cool idea. But as I said, I don't think people loved the second one as much, although they incorporated like co-op, which was cool to have.
This next game draws inspiration from classic coming-of-age films to capture the highs and lows of adolescence, the bonds of friendship, and the nostalgia.
So this is going to be like a I'm blanking on all like games. Mixtape. Okay, yeah, we've seen the first chapter of this came out.
At this game that plays like a love letter to teenage memories.
This is chapter 2 because we already had this on PlayStation, I know, come out.
Hanging out, getting buzzed. I've got to get out of this place.
Okay, I'm gonna mute that music. But this is like a typical indie style game, like well, I'm blanking on that franchise too. Yeah, they have music kind of playing throughout this one, so I'm going to pause on actually playing it. Yeah, they're playing The Cure right now, so that's definitely not going to be something I can play on stream. All right, throw it back on for now.
Where harmony reigns. Will you struggle until your last fleeting moment? Your destinies are sealed. There is no escaping them.
That is why we must.
Life is Strange. That's what I was thinking of. That very much is like Life is Strange, if you're familiar with that.
On your guard.
This is gorgeous. Take this.
All right, I'm going to throw the audio off on that. This, we'll see. I don't know if I'm necessarily pulled in by... I mean, you kind of have that cool like indie top-down, almost like a Hades or like a Tunic. Could be a fun story.
We fight for a future filled with hope. Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
It's quite a name, though. I feel like when you have too long of a title, it kind of...
A beautiful game. That was the global
bit of a risk to
announcement
take.
of Toa, a new roguelike from Bandai Namco and developer Brownies, a game drawing from classic Japanese art with a whimsical spin on Eastern mysticism. Next, we want to introduce you to a game made by a first-time
Like Jeff's
solo
like
developer
definition there made it sound more interesting than the
Bangun,
trailer did.
Indonesia. With the help of 9 of his friends, he's built an intense action beat-em-up with brutal hand-to-hand combat.
Why does
set
Jeff
in
have his back to
hometown.
the audience here?
This is
It's like super awkward if you were actually there.
They'll leave me with nothing. Not justice.
All right. Anytime I hear like a guitar, I'm immediately like, all right, mute. Okay, this almost looks like a Sifu style game. Like very much hand-to-hand combat based. They have like the skeletal inclusion though. That almost is like a Blitz, the League inclusion. Very fast-paced. Or a little bit of parkour as well. This feels like an easy game to jump in and for a few minutes and play. But I don't know if I'd play it for like super long because the combat style could get repetitive and just like... Although they had some like weapons there too, so maybe enough variety. Looks like the environment gets involved in some of the attacks too, which is cool to see. Acts of Blood. Okay, so new IP. Sounds like it did look a little bit like Sifu.
Amazing what these solo devs can do today. Now it is time for the reveal of the
Is that
next
just
game
one guy
from
that made? That's even more
Montreal-based
impressive if that's the
Tribute
case.
Games, the makers of TMNT Shredder's Revenge and Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which you saw a little bit earlier. If you're like me, you've been waiting for more than a decade for this reveal.
So is it gonna play like those two games you just described? Sonic? I don't know if this is actually copyrighted. It feels very retro-y music. Let's throw this one up there since there's a lot of text popping up. This is like Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, is this just the second one in the franchise? Because they have that first game. I played a little bit of it. I'm not like a big Scott Pilgrim franchise person, but the game was fine. I mean, it's your typical beat 'em up style game. So if I was going to play one, I would probably more likely play the Marvel one, just because I appreciate that franchise a little bit, or that IP a little bit more than Scott Pilgrim. And I have already played the first one of this, so.
Scott Pilgrim is back with his fist flying in a brand new brawling adventure in EX. You'll battle through space-time and the streets of my hometown of Toronto with Scott, Ramona, and 5 of their former rivals in this online 4-player co-op adventure with a story written by Scott Pilgrim creator Brian Lee O'Malley. All right, we're going to be right back, but first we have a very special message from Maggie Robertson, TGA winner in 2021 for her performance in Resident Evil Village.
Okay.
Ah, there you are. Wait long. We've been preparing delightful ways to make you suffer. So enter the village if you dare. We've slashed the price to be lower than ever for you simple little man things. Still thirsty?
What's up, Eli? Appreciate you hopping in. That game may be up your alley then. Did you play the first Scott Pilgrim? It's kind of like a beat 'em up TMNT style, but obviously in the world of Scott Pilgrim. I did see that the Resident Evil games are on sale, so definitely could be a good time to pick those up. I played 7. I actually haven't played Village, so I debated grabbing that on sale right now. All right, this is definitely copyright music. But how's it going, Eli? I didn't, but it looks sweet. Okay, cool. It as I said, it plays like if you've played the old TMNT or like I also mentioned the Simpsons games. Any of those were like side-scrolling where you're just progressing through a level and just fighting enemies. Very much plays similar to that, just within that world. So you'd be facing like bosses that you probably would be familiar with. The First Ascendant. Okay.
The dawn of time, humankind has been obsessed with the hard.
I like the Halloween / Ash vs. Evil Dead game. It's pretty fun. That's fair. Are you talking about the new ones coming out? Because isn't there like a Halloween retro game? That's probably the one you're talking about. The only Evil Dead game I'm familiar with is like the one that was asymmetrical multiplayer. All right, we're gonna mute that music. Looks like kind of your typical zombie game. A little bit goofy, maybe over the top. It almost looks like a Dead Rising style, except with first-person shooter. Retro Realms made it. All right, I'll have to check it out. I think I've heard about those coming out, but I didn't know they were out already. They're kind of like that old school Nintendo look to Halloween I remember seeing. But the Ash vs. Evil Dead one, I don't think I remember seeing that one. But it sounds like they could have been a package deal.
What are you doing here?
Is that the guy who plays Lincoln Clay in Mafia 3? All right, I'm going to mute this. That's definitely a copyrighted song. Mad World, 100%. I think that is the Lincoln Clay Mafia 3 guy. He looks like him and he sounds like him. A 100% that's him. I don't know who that voice actor is, or that actor, I guess, is, but that looks and sounds just like him. If you've played Mafia 3, the main character. This looks interesting. I am muting it because they're just playing the song Mad World. Mind's Eye. Okay. Interesting. The Metaphor World was Packagilla 2 Collector's Edition. I think, now that you say that, I think I do remember it being a combo. Like the Halloween game had a combo. Okay, Hitman combined with Mind's Eye there.
I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of Interactive.
With the Michael Myers plush and coins, all sorts of goodies. That's cool. Did you get the extra stuff that you mentioned there? That'd be kind of fun to get, like the extra like collector's edition almost.
Partners. And yes, you may have noticed Agent 47 will be contracted for a very special assignment in...
I didn't love the Hitman games. They're kind of all one and the same as far as style. Okay, here's where I mentioned at the beginning. This is definitely Patrick Gibson from Dexter Original Sin, the actor here.
007 first light to the world, and your reactions were...
Yep, this guy.
It's coming in 2026, but we want to make the way
It came in old school
more
arcade
exciting.
cabinet. That's awesome.
We are bringing someone
That's the
into
best way to play
Hitman, the
those.
world of assassination, who is very dear to the Bond universe. Let's take a look.
Okay, we'll see if there's copyrighted songs here, because it feels like there probably would be. But we saw this already in the Sony showcase trailers.
Target is the elusive shadow banker.
Yeah, so this is very much Hitman vibes here. The first trailer we saw, is that Mads Mikkelsen?
Criminal underworld. He has arranged a high-stake poker game at the casino
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen.
in Paris. Our clients have
The first trailer made it seem like Uncharted, but this is very much Hitman vibes.
I know their weaknesses. Mr. Rengang, he's too impatient, and Miss Bai, well, she likes a drink.
Okay.
Don't know about the newcomer, Mr. Smith, though. He's the only wild card.
I mean, if you put Hitman with like something more intriguing.
The IP room here at the casino, Monarchic.
Reaper. Unusual name.
Names are for friends. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Le Chiffre?
Okay, so that is Hitman. They're just combining 007 as a level. That was very confusing.
There you have it. Hitman and 007 are coming together in a very...
So they have separately that game with Patrick Gibson, and then we have a 007 level in Hitman here.
It's just around the corner, coming out next year.
I heard Sony leaked the PS6 will be out in 2027.
Right now.
That wouldn't be surprising, because when the PS5 came out, it doesn't feel like it's been that long, because we kind of held on to the PS4 for a long time, but the 5 came out, what, in like 2020-ish?
Mads Mikkelsen.
So, I mean, that's like kind of a 7-year turn for the console, which is kind of standard. That's pretty much how long the PS4 was around, but as I said, I think it doesn't feel like it's been that long, because every game comes out for both consoles still.
But you're also Agent 47's next target as Le Chiffre, the villain we know from Casino Royale.
So this makes me think that the new James Bond game is going to be more Uncharted-like, because we're having a Hitman level here. So I think they're going to probably make that game completely different in playstyle than Hitman is.
I did not hesitate for 1 second. But this time is a little different.
But I wouldn't be surprised. That makes sense. And that's kind of fitting for when The Witcher 4 comes out, which hopefully won't be a like nightmare like Cyberpunk was when it was like mid-console, where they tried to put it on both and then it didn't really work on the older one. So cool for fans of Hitman having like this IP attached to it.
It's set in a casino in Paris. We want to make an homage to the movie Casino Royale while keeping surprises for our players. James Bond and Agent 47 have very different set of skills, and the mission will be handled in very different creative ways.
I will say though, while I've been with PlayStation for the last couple generations, I kind of switched over to PC recently, and I'm probably gonna stay there for at least a little bit of time.
He's always like 2 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, it doesn't feel long, but if you think about it, there wasn't many major... Yeah, that's what it feels like. There wasn't... I mean, at least there wasn't many that were like PS5 exclusive. Like, if there was an awesome game that came out, it was on both. Like, Elden Ring, I played it on PS4. So many games that came out were on both consoles, so it's like... Why would you buy the new one? So... That kind of was a factor as well, which I was glad that you didn't have to upgrade right away, but that made the PS5 less of a shift as a new console. We also, since we had the pandemic, I feel like supply of the PS5s was a nightmare, so that may be also why it didn't feel like as long, because getting a PS5 was such a nightmare for so many people for a while. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see a 6 come out. 2 years sounds about right. 2 or 3 maybe.
300 minifigures and over 700 trillion minifigure combinations.
It's Saturday night somewhere.
All right, we got Lego here. I'll throw the audio on for a little bit. Okay, so this is a Lego Mario Party. How are they not getting like? I feel like Nintendo is gonna have a problem here. This looks like Lego Mario Party. 100% feels like Nintendo would come after them. There's minigame. This is literally Mario Party with Lego. I don't know how they don't get like Nintendo is gonna come after them 100%. This is Mario Party. What is happening here? I mean, I don't know if you can copyright like the idea of a board game, but mini games after turns in a board game is like very much Mario Party. I don't know.
Those were literally just on screen.
We have a gaming Corsair tower that was 4GS and a Samsung Curve 32 4K gaming monitor. Sounds like you have a good setup, then. As I said, I have switched over to PC this past year, and I'm probably going to stick with it for some time. I actually even, like, games I have on PlayStation, I'm like, should I just buy them again on PC if I want to play them?
All right, next, a new look at a new team shooter from Dreamhaven and Moonshot Games. 20 players across 5 ships venture into the most treacherous region of space, hoping to get their hands on the artifact.
4,000. Dang, that's the kind of the challenge. I feel like typically, I mean, everything's gone up in price, but typically consoles are more like accessible as far as easy playable, but also their price point is a little bit easier as an entry point. But PCs typically all the parts you have to put together and stuff, the price adds up to being quite a bit. That's an awesome setup, it sounds like. All right, I'm gonna mute that just in case. Yeah, this is definitely copyrighted music. This once again kind of looks like the cartoony art style that I'm like, okay, so it's like capture the flag almost. That was just the Corsair Tower. Yeah, that's the hard part too, especially all the extras you want to have to buy. Like if you have a PC, then you have to buy a monitor. Then you have to buy, mouse, keyboard, speakers if you want them, headset. Just all the extras. So it definitely adds up. Wildgate, that doesn't feel like. Feels like just a multiplayer, like a free-to-play type of game.
I'm proud to reveal to you the next game from Toronto-based Drinkbox Studios, the team behind the Guacamelee series and Nobody Saves the World.
Okay,
They're
so
making
indie studio
a full
here.
3D game that can be played alone or with a friend in co-op. You can find out more during Day of the Devs right after the show, but for now, here is the global reveal of Blighted.
Blighted?
Looking over this decaying world, one can only wonder, how did it all come to this? It began with the ancient rituals, the dead buried with a seed from the trees of memory.
Yeah, it's definitely. There's a lot of like the barrier to entry for PC stuff can be so challenging, especially if you want to like build a PC as opposed to just buy like a pre-built. Like there's a lot of individual, like what do I need, what do I not need, what's kind of a nice to have versus a requirement. Then you have to like buy Windows, or if you want to have access to like Microsoft stuff like Word or any of that stuff, you have to buy that separately too. Even like on PC now, it's like, oh, do you want to play I think Minesweeper, you have to like download. I'm like, why is that not just on the computer? This looks intriguing. I haven't played the Guacamelee series, but I know they're really well received. This gives very much Hades vibes. A little more cartoony though. But I'm getting Hades vibes. Okay. I'm intrigued by that one at least. But yeah, I'm the same way. Like even getting a webcam too and like a microphone, like all the extra stuff that you want to do if you want to make videos or stream on the PC. It's like, okay, I have to learn all these different things, or like the software.
They partnered with the new Munfish Powerhouse label to bring this insane Unreal Engine 5 game to life with unpredictable monsters and visceral dismemberment. Here is your first look.
Okay. Looks creepy, whatever this is so far. I think a bit of Silent Hill vibes. He's gonna load it here. I feel like. Little Resident Evil vibes too. Enemy types look very similar. I mean, granted, they're like sometimes more combined. That guy looks kind of cool though. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, they look. What is happening? Okay, they try to be silly there at the end. I felt like. I think the variety would be my issue maybe with that game.
2025's most anticipated shooters, with its previous beta amassing over 300,000 concurrent players on Steam and 3 million players in total. In this game, you explore a sci-fi universe and pilot powerful mechs.
This feels like a Gundam or like a mech universe.
As a top wish-listed game, players are clamoring to know just one thing: when is the release date? Well, here is Mecha Break's latest trailer with the answer you've all been waiting for.
I have not been waiting for it, but maybe some people have. Alright, that's definitely copyright music. I'm not huge into like the mech type of games. I mean, like Titanfall was cool. What was it back in the day? Mech Assault? Was that the game I'm thinking of? It was kind of fun. I think they had a Papa Roach song as one of their theme songs when they came out. This feels more Gundam-y. Alright, I'll switch over to this view. Yeah, this feels a little bit more Gundam-y as far as the art style and maybe gameplay even. Have you been on Davey? No, I have not been on his channel. I've watched some of his lives before. Like I know he did one with Ken one time talking about music that I was watching. I know he does a lot of horror stuff too, but I have not been on his channel, but I've watched a few of his stuff. Seems like a cool dude. Yeah, this is just for, if you're not aware, there's just constant copyright music playing right here. So not much for audio wise to call out beyond that, but it looks like fun action gameplay if you're into mech games. Probably a pass for me.
In this next title, small-scale players traverse.
Be sweet if you got an Evangelion game. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, I'm not like super into that IP. Maybe I should get into it, but I'm down for more like anime type stuff. Okay, Epic Games. So immediately it was getting like vibes of like Fortnite style, which this looks a little bit cartoony. Is this a Bug's Life? This is what we saw earlier, I think, in that like brief trailer, whatever game that was. It definitely gives a Bug's Life vibes. A Bug's Life mixed with Star Wars.
The industrial civilization we were expecting to join.
Or like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. But these seem like bugs, so it's more a Bug's Life mixed with Star Wars.
There's no more.
This literally is exactly a Bug's Life mixed with Star Wars. Which I guess are probably both Disney properties now, right? Pixar and Star Wars at this point.
Whatever it takes, we find a way.
It seems cool. I don't know if the story would do much for me, but the vibe of it looks cool.
2026 marks the 30th anniversary of a legendary video game franchise that I think we all know very well. Please check this out.
Okay, so 96. Probably something on like PlayStation. Okay. So some form of Resident Evil. Are you putting the original game back out in some fashion? Okay, this is Village. People have been speculating RE9 being revealed here.
And to celebrate early, a special message from Takeuchi-san.
Is that the creator of Resident Evil? From Capcom, yeah. Okay, yeah, so RE9, we're probably going to get something here. Oh, maybe not. kind of teased it, but said we're not getting it. I will have to play Village. I really like 7. 7 was awesome as far as the horror vibe to it.
For that very special message. We cannot wait for when the time is right to share more.
That was like just to satisfy people's expectations of RE9 being here. They're like, hey, just tell them it's coming. We won't actually have anything, but satisfy their requests. It's just like a wrestler.
Let's rumble.
A horror wrestling game? I don't know what's happening here. This dude looks like Chris Jericho. Also don't know what's happening here at all. What is happening? Is this like his wrestling persona now? Does he have multiple personalities? This is like Split mixed with wrestling. Okay, now we're switching over to Street Fighter. What a weird... Here, I'll switch this so you can see both sides. Okay, so this was a Street Fighter 6 trailer. That was kind of a weird... That was an odd trailer choice, I will say. This guy's giving me like Mega Mind Minions vibe. There's like... Alright, I'm gonna mute the audio there. That probably was copyrighted stuff. Once again, kind of that Fortnite aesthetic where it's like a little cartoony, but trying to be real too. This looks like it is Fortnite, actually. I'll switch this so you can actually see the names pop up. Yeah, this is not for me as far as style. Last flag, so it's capture the flag, Fortnite, feels like. This doesn't sound like something that's going to have much staying power. Unless this is like a game mode in some other game. Like a solely capture the flag game, I don't think would ever really work. If you have capture the flag be a game mode or component of a game, yeah. Like back in the day, Halo, when you had capture the flag and you had Slayer, that worked. But if your game is only capture the flag, that kind of is not going to be like, that's going to get stale really fast. Yeah, I don't think that one's for me. There's a lot of these games where I'm like, oh, that could be surprising. Actually, I was wrong in my first impression, but that one's pretty easily for me, not something I'll be into.
As you saw, the closed alpha will be starting later this year. Next, we have a beautiful new trailer for a Souls-like action RPG game developed in China.
Another Souls-like.
Watchalong Fallen Feathers, which is launching on July 24th.
A lot of the, I feel like Asian developers really are pushing for Souls-like games. Which, as I've mentioned before, they're hit or miss for me. They're not as successful most often. Okay, giving me Sekiro vibes here.
Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends.
I like the visuals. All right, that's definitely music playing. I'm gonna mute that. A little more. This fight looks like the Ishin fight at the end of Sekiro. I think there's a little bit more like magic or like art stuff going on in combat than Sekiro, though. Like whatever this is a little bit more, wild than Sekiro was. I almost get like a Devil May Cry look to it. Not opposed to it, but I'm going to need to learn more to be sold.
Where is the Wu-Tang Clan?
It's just a Wu-Tang Clan game. All right, we're going to mute this one because it strikes me as something that would have copyrighted music. Unique art style. It kind of almost looks like Doom 64-ish there for a second. Okay, I'm going to need to know a little bit more than just that to make a judgment.
Ghostface Killer is calling on you to rescue his Wu brothers. Wu-Tang Rise of the
Okay.
Receiver is a new co-op action RPG.
Sure, we'll see. We'll see if that's any good.
It's the debut title from the 53-member Brass Lion Entertainment. Now, here's a new look at Guild Wars 2, which has new updates.
I mean, 53 is still not like a massive company, but I feel like when you have that high, it's like, maybe don't pitch that as like a small amount. This looks like Psychonauts almost. Guild Wars 2.
My calling takes me far from home.
Okay, definitely doesn't. That guy looks like Psychonauts, but the rest of it does not.
My greatest advantage?
The rest of it looks very Monster Hunter.
Their greatest weakness. Me.
Okay.
My story is yours.
I feel like the story of that could work for me, but the visuals I didn't like a whole lot. All right, we're going to mute that. Is this just an Epic Game Store ad? Mongol Stardive? This looks very samey to what I've seen a few times, like that kind of cartoony animated style with a lot of like colors exploding all over the screen when they're fighting. like a Genshin Impact almost type thing, where it's like, okay, sure, not for me, but apparently successful enough that a lot of people still think they're worth making. Okay, Splitgate 2. The first one was interesting, but I don't feel like it wound up being as successful as it could have been. Okay, so we're just highlighting a bunch of stuff we've seen already. Curious what they're going to end the show on. I feel like they have to end it on a big bang, right? So what's their big hitter to close things out? I thought it could have been maybe RE9, but that doesn't appear to be coming, so... They toyed with Silksong, but I don't know if I would believe that. So, and if they do, maybe that'll be like an indie developer release. All right, Cyberpunk coming to the Switch 2. I recently picked up Cyberpunk. It's been okay so far, but I don't think I would play that on the Switch because it feels like it would just break immediately.
The game throwing back to a classic animation style. Enter a surreal world where you're a down-on-his-luck outcast who has to battle his inner demons, literally, in this action roguelike. Here's Into the Unwell.
That was an intriguing premise, at least. We'll see. Okay. A little black and white art style. This almost has a Cuphead vibe to it also.
Another relapse, huh?
Okay, this dude's like an alcoholic. Is that what's happening? A little silliness going on here with the subject matter, it seems. I'm gonna mute that. It's like a 3D Cuphead. Definitely also one of those games I mentioned earlier, like comedy becoming a strong aspect of video games today. This is 100% in the same category. I guess they've done that in the past, like Conker's Bad Fur Day is what I'm thinking of, but it seems like we're leaning more into different like movie genres and video games now. Like we've always had action, horror, stuff like that, but comedy is like really... Okay, the premise of that one was stronger than the actual trailer. All right, Splitgate 2, this guy's going to talk about. Should be a free-to-play shooter
the co-founder of 1047
with a little bit of Portal aspect to it.
When we started Splitgate in our dorm room, we just wanted to make a game we could play with our friends, and 20 million of you played with us. Now, with
Yeah, as I said, I played it for a little bit of time. It was a fun concept having like portals with a first-person shooter.
Playing Halo, and I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year, and I wish we could have Titanfall 3.
Okay, I dig this guy's vibe, although his hat's a little bit
How would we
a little
take
aggressive.
portals to the next level? What if you could portal to entirely different worlds? So we combined the action, movement, and gunplay of arena shooters with the scale and intensity of something much bigger. Splitgate Battle Royale launches free right now, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, this guy's very much trying to be edgy, but another battle royale like Splitgate, the original one was a multiplayer like Slayer type of game. He's saying this one's a battle royale. All right, I'm gonna mute this just for. Actually, we can put it on for a little bit. I just feel like they're gonna jump into some song. Like battle royales, I feel like that's so saturated still. Like Apex is the only one I've really gotten into. PUBG was fine. Fortnite. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're jumping into Imagine Dragons. Easy mute there. But it feels like they're all the same. Like, okay, we're including the portal aspect that we had in Splitgate. I don't know, dude. This doesn't do it for me. I feel like he tried to pitch this as being like, hey, there's all these games are the same now. Play our unique game. But this feels like the same. It's a battle royale with powers. which, as I said, like Apex is one I got into. It's kind of died out a little bit. And I don't know. There's all these like copycats of battle royales now. It's like, okay, can we do something more creative? Yeah, I feel like the pitch of that once again didn't match what the product was.
Showcase the latest project from the talented minds at RGG Studio in Japan.
Okay, I don't know that studio. All right, she's singing right off the bat, so let's just assume it's a song that I can't play. Maybe they would play it. I know there's like the BioShock guys have been working on something. Maybe that would be a last reveal. They have to end with a banger, you would think. Which I don't think this is it. I think whatever comes next was probably the finishing. Because this, I didn't really say this up front, but the showcase is 2 hours, so we're only a few minutes away from the end. All right, I can put the audio back on now. This looks like... Oh, I'm going to mute that again. This looks like a dragon. Like Yakuza stuff. But you're like a detective or something? Yeah, this is very much like Yakuza, but with detectives. Gameplay style, too. That almost gave me what's that game? The Rockstar game I'm thinking of, where you're a detective. It gave me that vibe where it's like more dialogue options.
Look like one.
You're not. So, what are you then?
Sana. 俺が知りてえや。
Project Century. Stranger Than Heaven. Looks like it's high production, but once again, probably not for me.
We saw it at TGA last year as Project Century, set in 1915, and now the full name has been revealed. Stranger Than Heaven, the brand new title from RGG Studio. This time it's now 1943, and knowing RGG, I'm sure more surprises are surely on their way. All right, well, we're almost done here, but we do have one final, very special
All right, Jeff, what you got?
Announcement to share with all of you who've been waiting. Today, we've showcased a lot of projects from teams around the world, including...
I mean, I would love Silksong as an announcement. They did, as I said, tease that, but...
A studio that is no stranger to delivering blockbuster games.
Okay, it's probably not them, then.
When I first got a glimpse at this project last summer, I was absolutely blown away.
So big studio.
Scale, scope, and
it's not like GTA 6 with Rockstar.
Vision. And while there are many places, really any place, this game could have been revealed. We are
okay, it's a reveal, so they're implying we don't know about it yet.
Share it with the world right here at Summer Game Fest.
Okay, this is their big heavy hitter, and it's a reveal, so we shouldn't know of it to this point. I mean, it could be a sequel, I guess. What does that guy look familiar? Who's the guy who's walking? Okay, this gives me a little bit of Silent Hill vibes, but the office place, not as much.
Grace. Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh,
Hmm.
coming.
I'm not sure yet. I mean, it could be a new franchise, but Silent Hill is the only thing I'm getting vibes of thus far. But it's not really like creepy.
This is about the report you asked for yesterday. It'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
This kind of reminds me of it's not this, but Condemned Criminal Origins back in the day. That was such a fun game.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Renwood Hotel.
Okay, she's having some PTSD.
That's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past.
What kind of like insensitive comment to make?
Stay close.
I'm not sure what this is. I mean, they already have Silent Hill F coming out, but I know they're working on a bunch of stuff.
Searching for the special one, the chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
RP. Is this a Resident Evil then? I mean, it didn't say RPD, but maybe that fell off. This could be Resident Evil. They did say they weren't talking about 9 though, so I don't know. Requiem, RE9. Okay. So it was Resident Evil. They said they weren't going to talk about it, then they showed it still at the end. Coming out next February. That was so weird. They were like, hey, we're not going to show you Resident Evil. It's coming at some point in the future. Unless that was the point. They were supposed to like make you think it wasn't coming.
And it will be playable to fans this August at Gamescom, where we'll also be hosting Opening Night Live on Tuesday, August 19th. Resident Evil Requiem marks a bold shift for the franchise, both in tone and gameplay, and today's reveal isn't just about survival.
So is it not following the story of 8? I didn't play Village, but I know that had like Ethan Winters in it.
Share soon, leading up to its launch on February 27th, 2026.
So we got the big reveal was what kind of I originally thought with RE9.
Glad we kept it a surprise. All right. That's going to do it for our live.
I guess. I mean, you kind of teased that it wasn't going to be shown today.
Lucy James, didn't you do a great job, everyone?
We didn't get a whole lot of info on the actual game, but that's probably for the best.
I know. I can't believe it. You kept that.
Cool to see it's coming next February.
Top secret. All good. All right. Well, there's much more Summer Game Fest to come. Make sure to visit summergamefest.com to see a listing of all the digital events this weekend. You can watch and to highlight even more games, including the Xbox Games Showcase on Sunday. And stay tuned online to see coverage of many of the playable games at Summer Game Fest Play Days that's taking place this
So this was a very heavy, like, Resident Evil, it felt like, because you had them talk,
next with additional new reveals from incredible independent
had them
studios
promote that their
around the
older
world.
games are on sale now,
At some of the
and they
independent
showed off
games
their new
we
game.
showcased today. Thanks so much, everyone.
Awesome. And thanks to you, Lucy. Great job co-hosting. All right. That's going to do it for Summer Game Fest. We will see you at Gamescom on August 19th. Thanks, everybody.
All right, well, that's it. Okay. I mean, decent showcase. I'm going to grab some water real quick. That is like blasting music. Grab some water real quick and probably recap some thoughts as well. Maybe I'll stick on and play something. We'll see. But I will be right back. All right. Appreciate patience. Figured I'd get up and walk around a little bit too to stretch my legs. I do technically have a standing desk here, which I never use, partially because I think the mic would like stretch out too far. But kind of recapping my thoughts on it. I thought it was an okay showcase. Let me pop over and switch that off. Thought the showcase was all right overall. Definitely didn't give me anything overly surprising. Like the reveal at the end with RE9, I originally kind of expected it to be. And they kind of hinted at it wouldn't be. So maybe that was kind of their hope was, hey, let's kind of misdirect and people wouldn't think it was coming at that point. But beyond that, I'm trying to think. I'm going to look up. Let's see if we have like a recap already from anybody as far as what was all revealed. Yeah, everything announced. Let's see, maybe this will recap it with like a million ads all over these websites. This isn't everything. This is just like the big hitters, I think, on this website I'm looking at. Yeah, that's not everything. Let me try to find one that has everything talked about. I think this is correct. This is like inverse order. So we had RE9. I don't think it showed us enough to necessarily get overexcited, but it's the latest Resident Evil, so it's going to be good in my opinion. So mark that as a win. Stranger Than Heaven, that like Japanese-based one, I'm not overly interested in. Splitgate 2, not overly interested in. Into the Unwell, nope. Cyberpunk on Switch, that's not a big deal for me. Mongol Star Dive, no. Guild Wars 2, not really. The Wu-Tang game, they didn't show us enough, so probably not overly interested. Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, was this the Souls-like game? That's a maybe for me. Last Flag, nope. Street Fighter, no. Yeah, they teased Resident Evil, then they showed it at the end, which was just a weird decision to make. Infinite, how do you pronounce this one? Infinitesimals? So the whole like Bugs Life Star Wars one. That seemed like it could be good, but I'm probably, the subject matter is not necessarily for me. Mecha Break, not really. This one looked interesting. The one that kind of looked like Resident Evil-ish, but more like shooting. Blighted was interesting to me as far as like that Hades style with the Guacamelee devs. Wildgate, not really. The Lego Mario Party knockoff, probably not. The Hitman thing, I don't really love Hitman, so probably pass on that one. Mind's Eye, I mean, maybe. Probably not, though. I know the main character looked like somebody I was familiar with it being Lincoln Clay from Mafia 3. Scum, no. What else? Scott Pilgrim, probably not. Acts of Blood seemed interesting. I'm probably not going to pick it up, but it at least had some unique like gameplay with like the whole Sifu brawler style to it. Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree. Really poor choice for a name. I feel like anything that's like more than 5 words in a title is kind of a risk to take because you start to lose people. Like, what was the game that was originally named like Monsters and Angels or whatever it was, and then they switched it because apparently you can't use the word monster, which is absurd. When they changed their name, I'm like, that was kind of a poor choice. Mixtape, we already have, I believe. Unless that's a different game I'm thinking of, but it's very much that indie style where it's like a coming of age story. Dying Light, you're gonna have to sell me on it because the second one wasn't the strongest. Deadpool VR, I'm not into VR. Mina the Hollower, that Game Boy looking one was interesting by the Shovel Knight devs, but I'm not interested yet. Jurassic World Evolution 3. The second one wasn't that great to me. 7 Deadly Sins Origin, nope. Crystal of Atlan and One Punch Man, not really. See, these ones in like sequential order here all feel very samey. Blade and Soul, Neo / Heroes, Fractured Blooms, Lies of P. So that if I had that game, I would definitely be intrigued to pick that up, and maybe I'll grab Lies of P at some point. Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny, that one where it's like that top-down hack and slash style with the SpongeBob. Lego Voyagers. I felt like the story there could be intriguing. Mafia, nah. Out of Words was interesting. Mio Memories in Orbit. Wuthering Waves, nope. Chrono Odyssey, probably not. Dune, probably not. Arc Raiders, I don't think for me. Killer Inn, I don't think is going to have a long life to it. Felt That Boxing, I like the idea of like the comedy, but it doesn't really seem up my alley. Onimusha, Wave the Sword, probably not. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward game, but it could be good. The Cube and Atomic Heart 2 felt like similar art style. Probably won't pick them up. Game of Thrones, we didn't really get enough that was shown to us. I feel like it talked about it being an RTS game, but it showed it to us as if it was like a third-person combat game. So I don't know about that. Mouse, PI for Hire, probably not. End of Abyss. It looked like it could be okay. Code Vein 2, nah. Sonic Racing, the only intriguing part there was the addition of other characters like Joker from Persona 5. Chronicles Medieval, I don't think there was enough there that intrigued me, it being a new franchise. I don't think I know enough yet. It had Tom Hardy, I think, in it, though. Death Stranding 2 will look amazing, but I'm probably not going to pick it up. Fortnite with Star Wars, it's fine. Mortal Shell 2 could be... I more or less like the first game. I think that recaps thing. So kind of running through them, as far as ones that worked, I'll say Mortal Shell 2, we'll give that one a yes. Let's keep scrolling back through the ones I just talked about. End of Abyss, sure, we'll say yes. Marvel Cosmic Invasion, sure, we'll say yeah for that one. And there's a big stretch here. Out of Words, we'll say yes, because that is unique at least. Lego Voyagers, it seems a little bit like for a younger generation, but I'll give it a approval. Lies of P DLC, I'll say yeah, that seems good. So 6 so far. And a stretch of not really ones I'm interested in. I mean, Acts of Blood, I don't think I'll pick it up, but I'll say it looked unique enough. And Blighted, I'll give a yes to. Ill, I'll give a yes to. I mean, I was intrigued by Wu Chang, but I don't know if that's necessarily one I'll pick up. And then it may just be RE9. So 10 things out of the showcase that felt like worked. Not the highest. I mean, there definitely wasn't like one big standout like there could have been like historically in the past. So there's just a few things that I feel like I'm intrigued by, but they aren't necessarily like heavy hitters. Like RE9 was like their heavy hitter. Beyond that, did they really have any? I didn't think so. I mean, maybe some other ones that people liked, like Dune could be a heavy hitter for some people, but maybe just not for me. So I would say a very middle of the road showcase. I mean, honestly, they have better stuff than Sony had. I don't know if they did because Sony had the other Marvel game. Sony had the James Bond game. So they had a little bit, I don't know. They both were okay for the most part. Honestly, the best thing I've seen thus far was probably The Witcher 4, but that's going to be a couple of years until we get that. So Not the strongest. I would say it's a very average showcase, like somewhere in the 5 out of 10 range, where it's like you have some above average inclusions, but you had some below average ones. Nothing really insanely stuck out. RE9 was probably the heavy hitter. Obviously, that's one they ended with. So overall, very middle of the road, and we'll see. We'll see what else the weekend brings with the other ones. Maybe they'll put stuff in other showcases that they did not choose here. No Silk Song once again. I don't know if that's going to be in the indie releases, but that game has been on like hold for so long at this point in time that it's kind of I mean, they made it in that Deadpool trailer. It's kind of a running joke that game's never actually coming out. So, but I don't know. Not a whole lot for me, but let me know down in the comments afterwards if you guys are watching this in the future. If there's any game that really stuck out for you that you're really looking forward to. Because if so, awesome. I definitely want to see people pumped about certain things. And as I talked about, maybe different things are targeted towards different audiences. So it doesn't have to always be something that I would enjoy. As long as someone's having a good time with it, that's awesome to see. So I debate maybe running through like a game or two of Slay the Spire while I'm here. Obviously, the topic for the stream doesn't necessarily apply anymore if I do that, but maybe I'll pop that open. Maybe we'll do that for a game or two. They didn't give us... Actually, that would make more sense for like the indie showcase. I would say Slay the Spire 2 would work well for that. All right, let me... Although I did... You know what I did do? I changed the audio settings. So those are going to be maybe not set correctly for this game. Yeah, let me change. Let me turn that down a little bit. The audio is definitely going to be a little bit off for it. Let me see if I can tell in OBS how high it is. If anyone's in the chat, let me know how the audio sounds. If it's too high or not. So with that, we'll switch over here. We'll pop this guy up. Hopefully that'll pop on screen here shortly. Slay the Spire is always like delayed, I feel like, when it wants to show up on screen. Okay, there we go. We will put you on. I need to like recalibrate all of this. I'll put you in the top right, probably. Put you right there, which I do need to change because awesome to see. We've had a few more people sub since I played last, so I really appreciate anyone who has done so. But we're sitting at 437 now. All right, so as I said, hopefully the audio for the game is okay. It's hard for me to know for sure, but it feels like it's appropriate levels. And if not, I can adjust them. But it sounds like it's, or it looks like the audio like levels appear to be good. All right, so with that, we're just going to jump into... All right, so we've done maxed out for these two guys, so we're kind of just bouncing back and forth between the Ironclad and the Watcher. We'll go Watcher. I'm always torn on picking this when I don't actually have 3 potion slots. Maybe we'll just upgrade a card and we'll do Eruption right off the bat. Here, maybe? I mean, I can't beat you if I do that, so is that worth doing? I will do a lot more damage though, so... Take Tranquility. I mean, here's why we take Tranquility normally. That seems fine. Okay. But yeah, as I said, if anyone hops in, let me know what you thought of the reveals that we did get. Because as I said, I did think there were roughly 10 solid releases or announcements. But probably nothing that like stood out as like a 10 out of 10 for me. They were probably like 10 games that were in the range of like a 6 to 9 out of 10 for me. Do we want an AoE or do we want an exit stance? I think we'll take the Empty Fist. Kind of running low on life. Is it too risky to go into Eruption? I don't think so, because we do have our Tranquilities we'll probably pull next turn, or Empty Fist. I mean, if we pull the top 5, that's just bad luck, but... Which we almost did there. I think we'll take Cut Through Fate. Don't love these guys. Okay, so... I mean, going to Eruption next turn is going to be a bit risky. I will say, so... We can bounce out of it with Tranquility, though. So probably do that a little bit here. Still taking a lot of damage. Well, we can kill one and then go into Calm. Not looking good this fight. We may wind up dying this fight, actually, if I'm being honest. We fully block, actually. We don't have any more Tranquilities, which is not ideal. That was kind of not smart. I mean, we had to do damage, but we lost an energy because of it. Okay, if I go into Wrath, I'll deal 12 plus 9. It's 21. It's barely not enough. So maybe we hope we can draw a block. Or that, I guess. Just hit those back to back. Okay, we'll draw an attack next turn. Oh, we're good this turn, actually. We'll take Tantrum, although we really, I was gonna say we really need to heal. Do I want to face another boss? Yes, but we may die again. Kind of wanted to face the other guy, if I'm being honest. I mean, I could play Cut Through Fate and then hope that I can set up next turn. Maybe do that and draw that so that next turn can hopefully be a good turn. Is that worth it? Do I want to deal another 18 and then go into calm, or do I want to block it all? I think we could be toast here, honestly, because we need to block enough here. I mean, blocking 8 is enough, so... That's 30. Drawing Tantrum next, so I can probably afford to... I think just play those. Save as much health as we can here. Yeah. Not the worst. Ooh, which of these do we want? Do we want block when we change stances, or do we want attacks when we change stances? I like these power cards. The problem is it costs so much to play. It'd be nice to get the mummified hand and then it'd be a little easier of a choice. Thought about regular strike. Do we want another tranquility? Is that like crazy to get 3 of those? I don't think I've typically done that, but it is nice to be able to leave Wrath whenever you want to. Also need to upgrade them so they're free. Well, I did just ask for that. We'll go left and see what happens here. See, here's the point I made where it's just not enough energy to do everything I want to do here. I mean, then maybe that's actually worth killing this guy. Yeah, probably worth that. Pretty heavy on the stance changing this fight. I'm not doing as much of the scry stuff yet. As I say that, third eye is here. Third elite? Oh, not this guy again. No. Not who I was hoping. Alright, we need to go into Wrath and take you out and then get back out of Wrath. Okay. So we have both of our power cards played at this point. Yeah, let's get a little risky here. Actually, we can play all of these. So hit you, hit you. Sure. Okay, so we actually got through that fight pretty easily. I was a little afraid of it. Actually, got to upgrade here. What do we want to upgrade, though? Maybe you, in case we draw you turn 1. Kind of would want to upgrade like everything in my hand, if I'm being honest. We did draw you turn 1. Okay, I mean, chances are I'll draw one of these tranquilities, right? If we do that, we just play both power cards. We did draw tranquility, but yeah, we're gonna pop it. Okay. Honestly, we're gonna stay in Wrath. Might as well do more damage. I debate going into Calm and coming back, but then I'm still taking 24. Granted, I do have another Tranquility. I think we're just gonna take that damage, probably. I mean, we could draw 3 cards and hope we draw something I can use with my 1 energy, but I think we're just gonna sit on that. Alright, you're killing me right now, so let's try to avoid that. Okay. I need to take him out pretty fast here, though. Oh man, I really want to play Empty Fist, but I don't know if it makes sense to. I mean, then we can't get as much energy, but next turn we don't have any Wrath anyway. So maybe we actually do it. Alright, I just had so much energy. I should have used my potion. Mistake. Okay. I can't play you anyway, so should I just bypass you? debated using the strike there, but okay. We're in kind of dangerous territory. We need to end this guy fast. So we can do that here, I think. Well, almost can do that here. Keep those. Huh. Judgment is nice for the small guys. David form. I mean, I like the idea of David form, but once again, I can only like play that the turn I get it. Devotion's not bad because in 5 turns I'll be like super powerful. Granted, most of my attacks currently are like wrath related attacks. Maybe not most, but grab the bell, get some artifacts. Blue candle is like my least favorite artifact. I never play curse cards because you lose a health, so it's like, okay, you get it out of your hand, sure, but I mean, I guess the positive with that is I could play the dude I just acquired, this guy. Oh, he's unplayable though. Never mind. Well, that may, yeah, I can play it actually now. So that's, if I had like the spinning top where I wanted to draw more cards, I could get around that card by having that relic. So that's really the only benefit to it. I think we go right. Yeah, I think right is the answer. You guys I don't love. Do that. Sure. Didn't really plan on killing that guy that turn. Okay, we're in Wrath already, which is not ideal. Maybe we could pop that guy, go into Calm. Got a lot of options here. I debate going into Calm and then back into Wrath actually here. Sure. We don't really need Mental Fortress here. I mean, I can play it now, I guess. Okay. How many Cut Through Fates is too many? Probably 3. 3 is probably where I'm going to stop. Ooh, I would really like to buy some of this, but I can't. So instead, we will sell probably just a strike. I have kind of awful potions. I'll probably just use them at some point. I could use it on this guy so I don't draw curses when I play skills. Maybe a good time for that. Sure, we'll stop there. Yeah, I think we'll pop that now. Do some stance changing. Maybe I didn't need to pick up that power card because I keep drawing it like super late into my turn. So it's not really helping me that much at all, even. I mean, do we need more stance changing cards? I feel like we need stuff that just stays in my stance, so I don't... Rushdown's interesting. I don't think I've really ever picked it up, at least in like recent memory. Being free is intriguing. Here's a tough call, because this guy's gonna really mess me up. We'll try it, probably regret it, and yeah. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot that I couldn't get out of Wrath and I was going to make him stronger. Maybe the time to play that. It was a really bad turn, if I'm being honest, but I kind of had to do that at that point. Okay, here's where I regret accepting this fight. Definite mistakes were made. I think we'll keep those because I don't really want to draw. Well, yeah, we'll keep those. I'm going to be 1 damage away from killing that guy. Unless I just don't play that, instead do this. Yeah, I should not have taken this fight. I'm probably gonna die if I'm being honest. I really made a mistake. We kind of need to apply the weak, so yeah, we're dead. This was such a poor idea. I kind of saw it coming, from being honest, but okay, so 12, that's not gonna be enough yet. Do you like that? Okay, maybe we leave Wrath. Then we go back into Wrath. Would it make sense to do that again? Okay. Maybe we'll be okay here. Maybe. Alright. Although we took so much damage. Where are we at in the map? I don't think we can... I think we have to just go right here now. We'll pick you up because we do have that semi-mantra build that we started to put together. Yeah, we have to avoid the elite. I think we're gonna get like close on this run, but then die towards the end, which is gonna be kind of annoying. I hate this guy. Okay, so all right, what do we want to do next? I think we should stay in calm, honestly. I don't think it's worth popping out. What an awful turn. Yeah, that was so bad. A little better. Downside with playing that one first is we hit him all those times. Okay, got him. Honestly, maybe take this because we need damage stuff that doesn't change stances right now. Okay, we can't really face that elite, and we need to heal, so we have to go right. I like so many things here. I really want the scales. Ragnarok would be kind of sick. Fortunately, if I want that, that's the only thing I can grab, though. Okay, Incense Burner came in clutch there. I really want the Mummified Hand. That would make this build so much more effective. Okay, normally if you're blocking, I go for you, but if you're attacking, I go for the guy on the right. As long as I can kill the guy on the right next turn, that's the only uncertainty. Is that worth doing? No, I think we sit on this and see what happens. See, here's now, if we don't kill the right guy, that was a waste, which doesn't appear we can kill the right guy because now he's going to be protected by this guy. At this point, do I stick with it or do I abandon ship, though, is the question. I think we pivot to the left guy at this point. Okay. Okay. Once you kill one of them, it becomes significantly easier, though, so we're pretty much set now. Ooh. So this is nice to combine with the one we have because that's scrying. If we play the other power card, we get blocked. So we would get 3 block every turn. I do really like Talk to the Hand though. The nice part about Foresight over Talk to the Hand is if they go into phase 2, it stays though, whereas this is going to disappear. Yeah, we're kind of barely holding on this fight. Normally I would pick a card, but I think we're just going to take the heal. I think Devotion was a bad choice to grab. Sure. Okay, that's kind of nice. Honestly, we're just gonna stay in Wrath. Why not? It's free. Cannot afford that, barely. So let's see if we can get a strike or something. We did not. Problem was with mantra, I have to be careful because if I go into mantra, I mean, it's a nice thing to do, but if I'm like switching wrath and stuff, you have to be careful not to jump out of a stance you're wanting to stay in. Yeah, we'll draw that. I mean, we can just beat one of them here if we wanted. A little late for that one. Okay, we're gonna change stances here. It would be smart to heal. I don't really want to, though. There's so many things that need to upgrade. Like, I don't even know why I picked that one, but... Should I have played my strength potion? I think I'll take it now. Do I want to cut through fate? We'll wait. Taking some damage there. That's why you maybe should have healed before this fight. Okay. Well, this is an awful turn. Yeah, his phase 2, we may be dead. The mantra is really going to be our saving grace if we can pull it off at the right time. I feel like I want to play all of these power cards. Should I go into calm now when I can, but then I risk not having the option to after? We'll do it. I mean, I maybe could have danced this next turn, which would have been smarter, but... Okay, we can go into mantra now. But maybe we tantrum and then that... There's so much stance changing we can do here. Like, I'm thinking of popping Tranquility into Tantrum again, into... Because we need some block here. We're not getting a lot otherwise. Like, I'm thinking of doing this. Into this. Should we third eye first? Yeah, don't want any of those. I don't think we want to go into Wrath right now. I still don't think we want to go into Wrath. Okay. Now, next turn, you're going to go into your crazy mode. Now it would be nice to be in Wrath. Of course, we didn't draw it, though. We'll probably retain you in case we get a Wrath next turn. Okay, I'm thinking of you. Do I want to play the strike also or no? I think we're just going to do this. And then sit on that. He's going to evolve here. 66 damage. It's kind of a lot. That would make it down to what? Something less? I think we dumped the defend, even though it's technically something we need. Okay, once again, we have 8 mantra, though, so we can do a lot of stance dancing here. I think we go with you first. Drew some cards. Love that. Pop that. Pop that. We'll keep the strike there, I guess, because we never know if we need it. We don't. We got him. So mantra was huge. I feel like we've heavily relied upon that. Ragnarok once again. Omniscience I do love, but the cost is so high. Do we go with another devotion? And just like mantra a lot? Let's do it. I'm really tempted to pick up this because I'm kind of healing every time anyway. Let's do that. Okay, Donu Deku. At least it's not the Awakened one. I need a lot of those, weave and Flurry of Blows. Those cards you draw when you scry and change stances. All right, where do we want to finish? We don't really want to face elites, I don't think. So it's not left, it's either middle or right. It's still either middle or right. Honestly, I'm thinking going there. We could face one elite, maybe. After arrest. That seems fair. I hate these guys. I'm going to say it for so many people, but these actually are my least favorite. This is very risky to do. If we don't get anything to get out of Wrath, we're going to be in major trouble. I don't think I want Tantrum. I'll keep the other ones, but I really need something to get me out of Wrath. Okay, we didn't draw anything to get me out of Wrath. Okay, let's hope we can here. Oh my. Oh, thank you so much. That was so close. Although we're still taking a lot of damage. Just not as much as we may have there. Sure. We probably just do that because we can actually defeat him. We need to get into Divinity really fast. Which we can this turn. I do like that. So she's pop into that now. Okay, I do like this setup right here. Could have been much worse. I did just talk about needing some of these, so we'll grab you. Where are the shops? We got one here, so we can afford one, but where's the next one? Not for a while. We probably wouldn't go that way anyway, so I don't think we pick up the... I think we go with the first one. Okay, the goal here is just to kill this guy pretty heavily before he attacks me. What is that? 48, 60, 72. Get him down to 50. Is that worth it? We could even do this. Yeah, why not? Ooh, he'd be at 21. Does that... I think that still counts as breaking him. I mean, we're getting enough stuff next turn that maybe that's okay. Nah, we'll hold it. So we'll just pop you, and then we'll sit on that. Yeah, those are all fine. Finally, a potion. I feel like we haven't gotten one in a while. Ooh. Maybe another flurry. I don't hate Third Eye again, but what do we have? One of them? We just have one. Thank you. Shop? Sure. Okay, you can do a lot of comboing here. I am really tempted by the singing bowl, but I think we're gonna do this. They can even still sell something. Alright, this is like my favorite guy to face on Act 3 because, I mean, normally you can face 2 of these guys, which is a pain, but one of them much more manageable. Okay, we have energy for days here, so what do you want to do with that? Those are both worthless. We'll do that though. That'll be what, 30 plus 18? Yeah, I think we're good. I mean, that'll be 20 against the boss. First turn around, at least. Probably heal. It would be nice to get... We already, I think, passed the lizard tail when we couldn't afford it in the shop, so it's not going to be happening. Also, rough time to draw another shop. Maybe I could have gone for the 999 gold, but you never know if that's going to be the case. I think we go for elite here, because then we can hit up 2 rest stops and pretty much cruise after that. I mean, this is a little worrisome, because a lot of times you get like those tentacle dudes or the 999 health guy. Okay. I feel like this is a fight that Mantra is going to be very important with. What is that, 22? Of course, they're both higher than that. Just do that. Sure. This fight you cannot last too long with, though. Okay, this is an awful draw. We're gonna have to play that block potion. What a miserable draw that was. Wow, okay. Yikes. All right. Okay. We still can't kill that guy. Are we dead? We may be dead here. That's super unfortunate. I think that's it. That was such a... That's what... I mean, I get why a lot of people don't love Slay the Spire. Like, that was pure RNG that you gave me my 2 mantra cards. Where are these? You gave me Devotion, and Tranquilities all in one turn when they were hitting me for like, I don't know, 70 or something. Because we're dead now, because we can't even stance change. Yeah, some of this stuff could have been useful. I don't think we can get any more energy. I think we're toast here. Well, GG. That was kind of a rough way to go out. I feel like we had a pretty good run going there. We'll do Ironclad. I enjoy playing with them a little more. The Watcher is the best, but probably my least favorite. Okay, let's find some elites. I think we're going up the middle left there. I mean, we could go far right, but that's 3 question marks. That's also 3. I think we go middle left. Yeah, we may not make it all the way to the elite, but if we don't, we don't. There we go, we made it. Okay. I'm afraid of picking up curses, so I'm just going to play it very safe here. Okay, I maybe would have taken that top right card if I found the match, but... We'll go for another elite, why not? Do we add Entrench now, hoping to get more stuff within the future? Sure. I think we need to upgrade it pretty quickly here, though. Oh, what a miserable first turn. When he was vulnerable, too. I think we do that, then stop, because he won't be awakened yet. Alright, we're just going to go for attacks because this dude, he's going to make us pretty weak really fast. So we need to not hang around against him. Like this next couple turns are going to be hard to do damage. Although this turn we are going to block once. Maybe could have done that last turn too. Demon form for sure. I think I like going left here. Get some health back, upgrade some stuff maybe. That was the worst time to break him. I should have waited. 15 each, or do we want a demon form? Super grateful they did not choose to attack me at all. Nah, I don't want any of that. That won't help against this boss, but that'll be helpful down the road. Demon Form not overly helpful early on in this game, so you're kind of just waiting to play it later. Yeah, we'll take something out. We'll take out a strike. Because this... And at this boss, we're going to have to use our blocks against. So with that in mind, maybe we'll upgrade Entrench here. wait to play Demon Form, unfortunately. I think this only hits me once. Yeah. Okay. That's not ideal. $21, and then that would do 30. Maybe I should have played a strike and then that because it would have been double. Oh, this is a turn. I think we'll take Barricade. Double potion. Alright, which way do you want to go this time? Probably not up the middle. I mean, we could go up the middle that way. I think I like the right, though, so I think maybe... I do want to face some elites, though, so maybe not. Problem is there's no rest stops anywhere near the end, so I think we have to go right. Alright, hopefully we can do a lot of damage this turn. Or not. And we're getting that down at least. Keep getting bad card draws in like one turn. Like Whirlwind, I want to play, but I wish he was vulnerable already. But vulnerable next turn is not going to do a whole lot with 2 attacks. Maybe I should play the potion, honestly. Maybe playing it next turn. This is just like such a slow combat I have. I don't know what else to really do. Should have probably played that block though. That was probably dumb not to. 9 plus 16, 23. That's not gonna be enough. Where are we at? Wait, that's 25. So we're still one short. Oh, never mind. Forgot about the double. Do like that. Kind of wish that was a double attack. That would have been a nice intro for that fight. I mean, I'm kind of set for the rest of the fight now. I had to play a potion, unfortunately, but... Oh, I mean... What rest of the fight? Nah. Very rarely we'll pick those up. I really do want to upgrade. Could we do barricade, make it a little cheaper? Easier to play now? Take a strikeout. Dudes with the artifacts are super annoying, I will say. That was a rough turn. We gotta pop this, I think. Alright, we're gonna draw 2 of these. That's not gonna be able to be played because of that curse we have in our hand. Um, 24. He's got what, 73? That is so much. Why did I trench with no block? So I'm taking 22 damage here. I just need to hit him for as much as possible. Okay. We do have a rest stop up here. That was huge. Although... Pop you first, because then we'll do double. For once I paid attention. No thanks. Do you want to go left where the shops are, or do you want to go to the rest stop? Okay, once again he's attacking me, so I debate going for right guy, but I'm not doing a lot of damage this turn, so maybe I just stick with left guy. Yeah, I think we're just gonna block. Whirlwind against regular enemies is always so huge first turn. Of course, he chose not to keep attacking me though, so I love that. This one's gonna hurt. All right, what to do here now? Barricade's kind of pointless right now. We need to kill this guy ASAP because he's going to kill me this turn probably. 17. Yikes. Okay. Let's weaken him. I mean, what are we drawing? I think we have to hurt him because he's probably healing him right here, right? Yeah. So that's 12 times 3. That's enough. Oh, you're blocking though. I don't love that. So that'd be 42 if I play it now. Yeah, okay. We have to heal. We got so much. Honestly, once again, I don't normally heal here, but we're going to. God, this guy's such a pain. That would deal 36 to both of them, but that weakens him. Maybe I should have just weakened him instead. Hard part is I want to play both defends, but then I don't get the value of something here. I don't know. This dude has so much health. How, like, such a pain to deal with. Okay. Well, I'm glad I healed at the last thing because apparently I really needed it because I need to do it again here. And we don't have that much health for this fight. This guy always is a nightmare. Do I pop this right away, realizing that I can't weaken him then if I do? Because if I play it now, it just eats his artifacts. I think we're dead anyway, honestly. Like, what is this turn? Like, what? Cool. That was such a worthless first turn. And like here, I have to play demon form, but then I'm just eating damage. Great, he took my best cards for me. Love that. Yeah, we're just dead. We had a couple bad runs with these two characters we're playing as. 0 block here, so this guy alone kills us. So we love that. Hey, we got 1 more strength and 4 block. Oy. Well, a couple bad runs to Slay the Spire. I think they were more unfortunate with what we were given, honestly. What time is it? We'll run another one. I'm gonna take a quick break though, so 1 second. Let's run it back with, let's run Ironclad again. I think we can do a little better than that. Sure. Shovel, problem is we have low health. Is that a worthwhile trade-off? So we should like seek out rest stops instead of elites, honestly. All right, left you got 2, right you got 2. Let's go right. Okay. Take a block away this time. I think we'll pass on potions. Keep the money. Alright, Whirlwind is not exactly good against one enemy for pretty obvious reasons. I don't really love any of these. I mean, Pummel Strike is tempting, but not entirely worth it. Take the health. We'll dig. Why not? Hard part is when you get that relic. It's like tempting to always play that instead of ever upgrading. So you kind of just never upgrade your cards. I don't think the Thorns make sense against him. We're just going to go purely strike cards pretty much here and hope that we can kill him before he kills us. Which may not be the case, which is the only reason I considered playing that, because we're dead, not this turn, but the next turn. Do I block here because of that? Because then it'll give me 11 and I have a chance to survive. Or if I attack, I bring him down to 23. That's not going to be enough to kill him, though. Yeah, I should have played the Thorns, probably. I mean, if I do that now, problem is he's not going to be vulnerable anymore. I think we played the defend at this point. He attacks us next turn. I think we're still dead, actually. Yeah, I think we're dead. This could be a fast run. Because if we block both of them, we still only have 19. Yeah. That was a mistake. But sometimes if you only have strikes against this guy, you're kind of screwed no matter what. You need like some extra variable of an attack. All right, give us the easy starting relic. All right, where do we have? Up the right, I do like. Or there is the left. I think we're gonna take the right though. Yeah, we'll grab something different. Ooh, there was a question mark, wasn't that? We got an enemy, unfortunately. Should we just go with Iron Waves? Yeah, that was a question mark. So we're gonna have to try to avoid combat these next couple. We'll give up a defend because we have stuff that does both. Okay, we did get to snipe this one elite, so that's nice. Although you just gave me that, and honestly, that's like the worst with Iron Wave. So, not super pleased. Yeah, this relic is kind of pointless. Go for another elite. Haven't faced this guy yet today, I don't think. Do I want to draw that back? Maybe I'll wait till next turn, but I think we're going to dump this because I don't want to play skills. Yeah, I think we're going to pull back Bash. Iron Wave is huge against this guy because you can block without playing block cards or without playing skills. Sure, I guess. I guess we got to use that this time at least. Dead? Yeah. Do that. I realize it's probably not good to kill one of these guys because it helps the other one, but at the same time, I think I'd rather just face one. Yeah, let's take their artifacts away. I think we can play everything here. Maybe should have held on to that because these guys are gonna curse me. All right, we can definitely take you out. Okay. So here you would not play the defend because you get the relic anyway. Which half the time I'll forget. That was kind of nice to get through some of those days. Fortunately, not all of them, but they just come in. This fight is good to get this relic because I'm not going to be able to play defense as frequently. All right, he's dead. Take a flex. Ooh, here's where Whirlwind would have been nice. 13, so we can definitely kill at least one of you. Nice part is we can pretty much kill one per turn. Although as I say that, these guys have maybe in weak is super not great. Okay, that's 5, 6. very, very slowly beating them. All right, we're not weak anymore, so that's definitely nice. Yeah. Much easier when you aren't weak. No, I don't want any of those. All right, we have a lot of health, so that's actually not good against this guy. Shockwave probably. Make the vulnerable and weak last even longer. It would be nice to draw them this turn, but that's okay. It would be nice to get some strength scaling option. How do we not draw either of these? That is just so so miserable. Both of our weak cards we didn't draw, so we're probably gonna play our weak potion here. I think we then just block a whole lot, honestly. Yeah. I mean, we're mostly blocked. Oh joy. Everything we needed last turn. Maybe I should have played Battle Transfers to draw Flex. We'll do it now at least. Alright, I don't think we need to play any more vulnerable. We should probably be okay. I think. We'll block, I guess. Fully block there. Because he's going to hit me for 30 pretty soon. Yeah, but I was hoping to draw Flex there. Alright, here's just technically that turn because he has weak. It's a little bit less powerful. Do we need another vulnerable? I think we'll just go for him. Why not? Could have played the block potion, but I think we have plenty of health. No reason to waste it if we don't have to play it. All right. Not too bad. Take feed. Ooh, not the Snecko. These both are very tempting though. More energy or more healing? Because I don't dislike the crown as much as some people do. I feel like I don't mind it. We'll take the energy, I think. Of all the energy providing relics to get like early game, that's probably my favorite one. Because you're not really getting hindered by it, you're just avoiding future benefits. Maybe that. There's a lot of enemies though, and it's probably okay. Alright, these guys are super annoying. Let's try as best as we can to feed on people. Granted, these guys run away, so we can't really just take forever against them. I mean, I guess. Are they running away already? Yeah, he's taken off. I don't think we can kill him here. 10. I think we're one short. Just super frustrating. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. It's fine. Run away. Run away. I keep drawing feed early. I'm like, I don't want that card this early. I want to be able to finish somebody with it, so... Honestly, we're just going to strike twice. We get 6 block anyway. The extra 2 block, not worth it. This guy specifically, with our Ironclad builds, we've really been struggling against. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to feed to finish him off here. Gosh. Oh, I shouldn't have played that. That was a mistake. Yeah, I'm playing a little careless, I feel like. Playing a little careless. Fine. Fine, we'll just take him out. Alright. I realize I just said I didn't want to play this guy, but you don't have to, you have to do me like that and give me him plus another enemy now. Such a dirty response. We do have the Gambler's Brew, which I pretty much never play, but okay, how much do you do? 15, so we need to take you down by 11? No. We need to take you down by 16. That's finally taken care of. We're fully blocked, so... Alright, we actually got the feed on somebody. Big surprise. I mean, against certain enemies, that's really effective, but... I do have one already in my deck, but I don't... It may expire before I get around to it again. I think we're going to pass, but that is a very tempting card to pick up. I think we'll go here because when we knock him down, I think we'll wait to play that because we don't need it this turn. 18 or 11 plus vulnerable. I think we gotta pop you with that. Gambler's Brew may be the time to play it here, although he's not attacking us, so I think we'll wait. Now, on the other hand, would be the time to probably play it. We'll just dump everything. I'm tempted to keep the flex, but I don't know what I would draw in return. Yeah, just barely pulled it off there. I don't know if we need another one of those. It's nice to have, but we already have the shockwave. Shop, maybe? Sure. Kind of wanted that health potion, but not more than the other two options. Okay, so here we're down 25 health wise. I maybe should heal, but I don't want to. Alright, I'm probably going to pop the thorns though, because that's kind of huge against this guy. Do we want to play the other one? Are you fully blocked then? Problem is, when he does multiple attacks, it eats down that plated armor pretty quickly. Okay, just play everything here. Might as well. Lose one plated armor, that's fine. $24. I think we're just short. We're gonna be what's that? 38. Unfortunately, double attack. Kind of forgot about that. Take the relic for sure. I think we'll go left because we can fight another elite right now. None of those hit the back guy. Kind of frustrating. Oh no. Maybe I should have hit the front guy with my vulnerable attack once I realized the back guy wasn't hit, because now I can't attack at all this next turn, which is awesome. Oh boy. Okay, cool. Sweet. That's why I like to kill the back guy, because entrenched is such a BS attack. Okay, why? We are weak and we have no cards we can play. We should have killed the first guy. Normally that's never the case, but once I saw that I somehow hit that one guy so many times, probably should have pivoted. Alright, now we'll go for you. Good part is we will heal at the end of this fight a little bit. Come on, are you serious? How many wounds do we have? Jeez. we're gonna die. Like, how did I draw all of those wounds? That was the biggest scam I've ever seen. All right, 12 plus... Should I just do this? Play it kind of safe. Of course, you're not dead yet. Okay, you're our next turn, though. That was... We went from so much health to, like, no health. I do like the strength relic, though, but can we really afford to use it? We definitely go in here. I think we got to heal. Don't want that card. I don't normally pick up the ritual dagger. It's kind of good, though. We're already doing one thing on, like, fatal attacks, though, so maybe we just stick with that. Alright, at least we got it down to one guy. Okay, what would we rather have you be? Vulnerable or weak? I think vulnerable because it's for more of a duration. Whereas weak would have been just this turn. Okay. I was really hoping we were going to draw flex. 21. So that will leave him with 30. I think we could beat him with the pen nib. Honestly, just that kills him with the pen nib. Okay, now you have me tempted. I think we're gonna risk it a little bit and flex here, or lift here. We do have the potion to heal, so we're kind of covered a little bit. All right, don't give me shockwave turn 1. I mean, I kind of asked for it by playing that, but I kind of was hoping to make everybody weak and not just this one guy. All right, taking a little bit of damage. Pretty sure feed does not count here, but I also just need to kill people, so... Alright, we got Pen Nib coming up next. Once he wears off that weak, it's not going to be sitting pretty for me. So we need to really do stuff fast here. It's kind of going a little slow. Oh boy. Okay. Well. We may be dead here. Maybe we should have healed. I got a little greedy with the lifting, I guess. I didn't think it was that risky, but appears that it may have been. You're gonna bring 2 guys in now again. What was that, 39? I think I'm dead. It's been a rough Slay the Spire day, if I'm being honest. I don't even know if I have to do any math. I think I'm pretty clearly dead here. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe I'm being too greedy. We'll try one more Ironclad. I really want to get not just totally stomped today, but I mean these are awful too. Like, what are these starting relic options? You can sell it right off the bat, I guess. Because what did we pick up? That's not actually the worst curse. So decent trade-off. All right, this will probably be my last, regardless of how it goes. So, be nice to win, but if we don't, it's all right too. I'm just getting kind of rough cards. I feel like the Ironclad runs I've done recently have been like heavy with the block stuff, which we're not getting any of that. We do have Impervious here as an option. Yeah, we'll pick it up. Kind of costs a lot if I'm being realistic, but it acted like it was on sale. Alright, hopefully dead next turn. Yep. Grab, shrug it off. We kind of need more attack stuff right now, but I think we're just going to take this hit. Okay, we don't have a whole lot of attack cards, so that has me a little concerned for this fight. The good part is his health is lowered because of, I forgot I picked up that relic, so I think, well, that's out there. We do have the metallicized, which isn't a whole lot, but alright, we're going to pop you with that. We'll sit on that. I was going to play my weak potion, but then he's not attacking next turn, so it's kind of a waste. to kill him not this turn, but next turn. So I mean, chances are pretty good we draw 3 strikes, but if we don't, we're in trouble. If we don't play, let's pop Shrug It Off. Okay, now we will absolutely draw 3 strikes, so we can afford to hit you 1 and then block because he's dead next turn. Grab Clothesline. Always can use more stuff to weaken the enemy. We will go left. I was going to go right, but the left path seems not bad for fighting one more elite here. Okay, so we might as well just not block because we do have that buffer now. I mean, I want to play Entrench, but we need then Barricade. But I guess we're kind of working towards that. I appreciate the mango. That was huge. Alright, this was not a great turn. Their health being lower, I do like, though. Maybe I should have played Impervious because I do have the buffer, which is now just being wasted. So may have been a good time to play Impervious. We gotta start attacking. We can't just sit on blocks against these guys. We'll pop the Metallicize. Give us reoccurring blocks. All right, there we go. So we'll take a few more hits here, but oh come, what is this turn? You gotta be kidding me. I think we'll just keep the Impervious in the event that we need to play it. Maybe should have played it early on. I mean, we definitely should have played it early on, but we did not. We'll block here, try to limit the damage. Okay. We keep drawing our block cards when he's not attacking. There we go. Cool. Feed, I'm tempted by again. Sure. Those actually were pretty good options. We'll go left here. We'll rest. Maybe we'll face the bumped up elite. The powered up elite I don't typically want to face if I'm not going for the heart, but could make sense here. Okay, you guys are going to be a pain, so no point in doing that because I'm got the buffer anyway, so we might as well just strike somebody. I mean, probably less health, even though I'm afraid of the entangle that he's going to do to me. Okay. Kind of slowly fighting these guys. Keep feed. Maybe we can pull it off against him. Pervious is really not coming in clutch at all thus far. All of my attack cards at once. I wish I had one more energy. That's kind of unfortunate. I don't think I can afford to wait for that to come back around. I think we have to strike him now. Seeing red, sure. This is probably gonna be a mistake. Alright, metallicized guy. So we're gonna have to do a little more damage. We do have a buffer right off the bat though, so that's nice. I was wondering if it's worth playing Shrug It Off, but I don't think it is. I think we just eat the damage. I think I just play feed here and not mess around too much. Yeah. That's gonna make him too strong. We'll just sit on that. Cool. Alright. Another Shrug It Off, sure. And here we can upgrade. What do we want to upgrade? Double your block, make it only cost 1. If we pick up Barricade, we're going to be sitting really nice, but we have yet to do that. Maybe after this boss fight? Alright, I don't love the fact that we're going to weaken you right here. You got buffer going on with your multiple attacks. Let's get feed out the way. I maybe should be picking up cards that exhaust because I am benefiting from that right now. So speaking of that, all right, a little overkill on the block. Maybe we shouldn't have played the exhaust card there, but we did. We're killing this guy way too slow. I'm not feeling super comfortable. He needs to be more at like 110 right now. Especially since we did already waste our weak potion. We're in trouble here. We're in big trouble here. Our attacks are just so slow. We haven't even taken half of his health yet. Yeah, we're probably gonna lose this fight. Goodbye. We're so dead. Do you play Impervious now? I don't know if it really matters. I mean, we're taking 20 damage. Sure. I think we just go at him. We can't shrug it off, unfortunately. Yeah, big attack, dead. Well, not dead yet, I guess, but... Problem is we're getting so many burns in our deck. Yeah, we're dead. Goodbye. Well, some decent Spire runs. Unfortunately, we pretty much just lost at some point, but it's cool to play him at least. All right, let's hop out. Switch over to camera. Been streaming for some time, like 4 or 5 hours. So, yeah, obviously originally the stream was just to do the watch along for the Summer Game Fest. We just played some Spire afterwards, so appreciate anyone hanging and watching that as well. But kind of to recap things, there weren't a whole lot of things I really dug. If you want to jump back and watch the end of the Summer Game Fest, I kind of recapped the roughly 10 games that I had some interest in, but RE9 was kind of the big reveal outside of, a few smaller announcements here and there. So not the greatest Game Fest. I think, as I said, I rated it roughly around like a 5 out of 10, but was a good time kind of doing my first live reaction as that was going on. As mentioned at the beginning, hopefully there's not going to be any copyright issues. I tried to cut off music whenever it seemed like it was going to pop up. So, but I plan to do these in the future if people enjoy them, hopefully. So, I don't know if we have a whole lot really upcoming. I won't do the other programs they have attached to Summer Game Fest. I think the next one I would consider doing would probably be like the Game Awards at the end of the year. I did mention Claire Obscurio Expedition 33 is probably my assumed winner of Game of the Year, but we do have another half of the year to go, so we'll see. We never know. Stuff in December doesn't really ever get thrown on there, so it's like the next few months probably is realistically what could still be included, but I think that one's going to be a tough one to ultimately beat. But yeah, either way, appreciate anyone hopping in and watching either Spire or the Summer Game Fest kind of watch along. So other than that, I may do some more lives upcoming, whether it's gameplay or maybe some more lists. I thought about doing like top 10 horror franchises, something along those lines as far as more conversation than gameplay. So that's kind of what's to come on the channel. And as mentioned, appreciate anyone watching this far, and catch you next time. Thanks, guys.